Well, hello everyone. Welcome to Flying with Mike at rainy Miami, Florida. Another rainy day to start the flight off, and we're going to head north again like we did yesterday. Yesterday's stream went well, great ATC from VATSIM. Hope for the same today as we head to JFK with Clipper Pan Am. Hope you all enjoy and do want to say welcome in. Thank you so much for all the support and kind words we've had over the last few days. Hope you all enjoy today's travel back in time to the days of Clipper flying across the airways. A long time ago. I believe the last flights were early 1990s, so it's been a while since we've seen the real Pan Am. Now there's a couple reinventions of the Clipper name Pan Am, but really none have been as exclusive as the original Pan Am. All right, folks, so there she is, Clipper, Gem of the Oceans. We've been flying her for quite a bit. We're heading up to New York City, home to Pan Am, and see what kind of trouble we get into along the way. All right, so let's hop up in the cockpit. There's a lot to this Felis 747-200. You know, we might as well have a little fun here. Folks, this is a classic. Now, we're not talking, well, yeah, I guess we could be talking cars. I mean, classic in the sense that there really has never been a 747 like this. Now, the 400 did get a lot of sales and a lot of stuff, but there were none that had the flair of the 200. Just a phenomenal plane. The only real big difference between the two, aside from a little lengthening to put more people in it, was the removal of the flight engineer. Mainly because I think the guys up front, the pretty boys, just weren't getting enough glory because people began realizing he's the one that made the flight comfortable. And in many senses of that word, he did, because he had command of everything from the electricity to the air to the hydraulics to the fuel flow to even watching the engines and how they're performing. You really made you wonder, what did the pretty boys in the left and right seat up front really do other than look good? That's it. No, seriously. They also had a job. They actually had the job of getting you from point A to point B, managing the INS systems in the beginning, and near the twilight age of the Dash 200, some were outfitted with more sophisticated guidance systems. Don't get me wrong, the INS was very sophisticated, but very cumbersome in that you had a lot of work to keep working at to keep it going. Meaning, you had first a long alignment period. The plane could not move. Still can't to this day, but it's not as long of an alignment as what occurred with the INSs. So badly that a KAL uh, 007 got shot down over Russia. So let me rephrase that, over the Soviet Union, although some think the two are still there today, um, because it was moved. And that put the whole navigation system out of whack. So, granted, today you still can't move them. You just don't have as long of a time to wait to be able to move it. So, anyway, just some facts from the past for you all to chew on. All right, so let's get up here and kind of, again, already told you about the guy that did all the work. The guy behind him, the flight engineer, he even doubled as the third pilot, helping them out on takeoff, holding the throttles, powering them up even to make sure everything's even so they could go down the runway with their parade wave. Oh, just kidding. Anyway, so that's the classic, folks. What happened with the 400? They got rid of the flight engineer. Airlines loved it because now they're not paying 3 people, but 2 people. And a few other bennies came with it. But overall, folks, this is a one-of-a-kind aircraft. All right, so let's get into some pre-flight here. Bear with me here. I'm working from a little different perspective here. What I've done, since I am running 2 monitors, and it does get frustrating, and it's going to still get even more frustrating now, I went to full screen on the sim on one. And I'm hoping I don't regret it. And if you see me do some things with the settings, that's what I'm doing, switching back. But anyway, we are sitting down in Miami, as you can see. Here's our lovely route. Let me throw that over here in the chat, so those that are at the commercial break can see where they're coming back to. We've got us about a 3-hour haul from Miami to JFK. Hopefully, the whole trip will be online. Once we get into the JFK area and all that VATSIM traffic, I believe there's also some weather there. We could run into frame rate issues where we'll have to come off. We'll see. Let's, that's down the road ahead of us. Let's worry about the moment. And sorry for the yawn in your ears. That one kind of came out of nowhere. Sorry. We're still recuperating from our lovely night in the past, Monday. All right, so here we are, Miami. We are parked. We're trying to get closer to where the airline we're flying for today, Pan Am Virtual, parks, or says Pan Am Park. I have no way to verify, folks. They've been gone so long, it's hard to find records of where they actually parked. But Pan Am Virtual, they're up in the Cornels, who we're flying for, and folks, what a great bunch of people to fly for. It's not a big airline, but it's yet not a small airline on top of it. So it's a really good conceptual airline and really good for you, the pilot. Pan Am is one side of the house, and this is the ironic thing with the airline. You got Pan Am on one side flying Pan Am history. On the other side of the fence, they have 2 airlines in one, TWA. Now, anyone with any airline history, knowing anything about them, know TWA and Pan Am never got along. Never, never, never. Matter of fact, I'll give you a interesting thought. Had Pan Am and TWA not hated each other as much as they did, the 2 could have combined forces and probably still be here today. TWA had when the regulation happened, they already had a strong presence in U.S. domestic flying. Pan Am was international flying. So had the 2 thought, buried the hatchet, so to speak, in the ground, not in each other, that could have been what kept Pan Am and eventually TWA alive. That's what kept TWA longer in the game than Pan Am, was the domestic routes they already had. They already had the spoke in, spoke out at their hubs. Pan Am did not. They tried with National Airlines. That was also an airline that went down. Compliments of deregulation. Nothing bad, just it happened. But didn't help Pan Am. So anyway, enough history. Enough classroom time. I know some of you just got out. I don't want more schooling. Let's go flying. So that's what we're going to do. All right, so let me bring Sim Toolkit up here for us all. Maybe I've lost it again. There it is. It's such a long list of sources here. All right, there we go, folks. So you can see the rain that we're having here in Miami isn't showing up on radar. Anyway, explain something to consider. All right, again, the routing, you saw it in the commercial break for those of you in it. We're going to be on the Fultz to ALYRA to ROWSY, FLRDA, SAGGY, Chiefs, Q133 Airway to KALDA, Q97 to DLAAY, RADDS, and SIE, and off the top of my head, CIles or something like that, VOR to on the Carmen 4 into JFK. Currently, 8 right will probably be our takeoff. I really don't want to try the short runway. And 3-1 right, maybe we'll be able to get the left side at JFK only so it gets us closer to our terminal, which is on the south side, the historic Pan Am World Port, Terminal 2 of Delta right now. They tore down the historical World Port to make to do whatever JFK is doing. All right, so let's get into this, shall we? All right, loadout for today. Yes, it says 366 peeps. I'm going to be mean and take them to the cold tundra of New York City. No. So we got 366 people to deal with. We're not going to be running any cargo. However, we'll make sure with the cargo side of the house, we're at 467, 209 pounds. Payload 80,520 pounds. And we're going to block out of here with 83,228 pounds of fuel. So again, 366 peeps to load. There's our routing one more time. SimBrief gave us a real weird initial altitude of 34,500. I was sitting there going, what the heck is it doing? It's either going to be 33 or 35 in the direction we're going. Where are we? What is it doing? So I don't know. Probably 35,000 we'll shoot for, or we'll start at 33 and step climb along the way. We'll see how the winds pay off. Yesterday's winds were a tailwind at about 100 knots better. Maybe today will be the same. Cruise index, oh, there you can see it right there. There's our initial altitude of 34,500. And our cruise index for today, well, it isn't a cost index. It's a Mach speed of Mach 0.85. All right. Moving on to the weather. We're going to be leaving sunny Florida, somewhat sunny Florida. 69 degrees. Let's just call it 70. And beautiful winds. Folks, winds are pretty much variable at 6. Just a beautiful day down here. We got some clouds to deal with right on takeoff at 1600. And then we hit the cloud ceiling limit, which again, no threat, no problem for us out of here, 8,500 feet. If we were under 1,000, I would begin starting to look at what are the minimums out of Miami. So, but 8,500 feet for a ceiling, a broken layer, and an overcast layer at 10. Beautiful day. Not sure where the rain's coming from, but explains putting rain out. Here we go to the frozen tundra of the Northeast. Well, heck, everywhere east of the Rockies, north of the Gulf, it is cold. All right. Winds are out of the west at 15. 10 miles visibility. So far, so good with the visibility, and only a few clouds at 4,100. And we thumbs up that's pretty good, folks. Now, I'm not going to thumbs up the temperature. 21 degrees Fahrenheit. And for those of you joining us, since you haven't had the chance in a while from Europe to see us, thank you for rejoining. We appreciate you coming aboard. It's -6 here in New York City. Brr. I think even Europe says, oh, brr. Hopefully the heat doesn't go out. I think we paid the heat bill on this plane. Not 100% sure, thanks to D-Reg back in that day. Anyway. But again, here's the ATIS currently. I believe this would be VATSIM generated. So we got a 300 degree wind, 19 knots, which is what we saw up here. Actually, a little worse, but gusting to 25. So wind chills, brr. And again, 10 mile visibility and a few clouds hanging around at 4,500. Nothing to worry about there. So right now, approach in use, ILS 31 right, ILS 31 left. Departing. So I know the controller would rather us go to the right side. Will, if forced, otherwise, it is what it is. So operators are supposed to be on mode C, on taxi stands and runways. Okay. And if we were inbound right now, we'd say we have X-ray as our. Welcome in, Mr. Hawker 125. And by the way, when you lurk, it's exclamation mark lurk. But welcome in, sir. Hope your day at work is going well. Thanks for tuning us in there at work. Guys there in the office, hey, welcome to come in and join in with Flying with Mike. All right. Hey, you got it right this time. I love the messages. A couple of them I've put in there, and some of the automatics are pretty cool. Anyway, all right, so let's do it, folks, shall we? There's your pre-brief. We know where we're going. Do we know how to get there? And no, yes, we do have a short time to get there. All right. So let's do the obvious first. Let's work the passenger issue. So when you come in here, folks, I have actually not set this up so you all get to see what we're going to do here. All right, so the PAX count is 366. I'm going to do one check on SimBrief. I could have done with it up, but we'll be fine for now. No special files needed for this like Zebo. This does not have that automated ground service stuff. Really cool, but it's not incorporated into Felis. This is the Felis 747. He has gone immense to make this pretty as it can be. So what I'm looking for is if we have any lap kids. Oh, we don't. Back in the day, we told the kids, you stay home. We fly 747 without you. Okay, so we got the main door open and our cargo doors open. And it's still raining here. All right, and you can see it is that way outside. And the chocks are in place. Let's get in here. Now, there's a little, sometimes, confusion in the beginning with this plane, okay? Let me help you through if you just got it and you're going, why isn't it loading it when I do the load calculator? Well, because it is a calculator. These are your primary loading devices. Okay, we'll get to that here. Give me a second. All right, so we have 366 people to board. This is not going to be the easy way to do this. All right. So let's come down here to PAX presets. I start with 75%. 300 is a pretty good number. And here is what is actually loaded throughout your upper deck area. So you have cabin 1, cabin 2, cabin 1 is the upper deck. Oh, I'm sorry, upper deck, then cabin 1, under it, cabin 2, cabin 3, cabin 4, as you see. So you got the upper deck. Now, back in the day, they did put seats up there. Towards the end of many of the 400, 200, or dash 200 years, that turned into more of a lounge. So for the first class customers to come up to. So they didn't hold a lot of seats up there for that reason, because that way they could be down on the main deck with more people there. But again, it was airline choice, airline, what they wanted. All right, so we got 300. Let's go to 400. That brings us to 388. That's everything. There is not a whisper of space anywhere in that plane for someone to go moo, the cattle section. So let's kind of drop 20 people and see what we get. Some of it back here. And we are down now to 379. And we'll bring that down to 9 up. Okay, so we still need to drop 7 people the plane. Sorry, you're just not going to be able to go to JFK. And they're going, thank God it is way too cold up there. I want to stay where it's warm, relatively. Okay, let's see. Where do we want to sacrifice? Let's go ahead and sacrifice some up top. 368. And our grand total, 0 fuel weight. This is what I always shoot for, folks, to match SimBrief. SimBrief was at 467,209. Right on the numbers, we won't be putting any cargo in, just like the flight planning said. No extra money for Pan Am. Extra free money, because they don't talk back. All right, so here we go. Now, I told you this is just a calculator, so now we know the weights from a standard point. Here's our payload weight, 80,520. That again is what we planned for. Now the all-important fuel. Okay, now the distance to JFK is 1,003 nautical miles. And yes, can't put that up here. So I'm going to go ahead and put the 50. Okay, reason being, it's always better to have more fuel than not enough fuel. Trust me. Like I said yesterday, when the stall warning horn goes off, you're falling. So stall warning means falling. That's why I'm shocked in Zebo, or in any airplane, it's no louder than what it is. So when you're out of fuel, you're heading for the ground. Or you better hope you're. All right, now, there is a way to find out first off, our desired flight level. That's where we're going to aim for. Do we have a tailwind? Let's find out. Today's winds are 260 at 109. So I would say, yeah, probably. Hold on that, though, for just a second. Alternate today is Beantown, otherwise known as Boston, else not in the U.S. And distance there is, well, you know what? Let me do it the fashion way. Stand by, folks. Bring it up so you can see where I'm getting some of this numberage. Love showing off Sim Toolkit anyway, so here we go again. All right, so you know the basics here. Here's our loadout. Know our fuel. Alternate again is Boston. So hang on. Get rid of this. Now, what I've loaded down here, SkyVector comes with it. That's just a free chart program, folks, so you can make your own routes or take routes you find on FlightAware or Live Radar and stick them in, see how you're going to fly. I've included NavGraph, SimBrief, and DLAAY by just using this simple cog. Puts this little thing up there and go through, make sure you get everything. All right, in that, I told you I went to SimBrief. Free account, folks. All you got to do is register. It's free. Stays up to date when you update your charts, update your FMCs. It stays up to date. Okay, currently, let's go to saved flights. go to view down here. Voila, there's our flight. So there's our 1,003 miles. Here's a little more detail of our weighting. Here's our winds. It's going to take us, my bad, 2 hours to get up there. Now, let's come down here and let's take a look at this. Here is the flight plan format if you use the American. When you set this up in SimBrief, folks, you're able to generate it in a one of maybe a dozen to a dozen and a half airline formats. Americans is really informative. So is United. They have two different ones. I think United 18, the upper one, gives things like the tropopause and all of that. Anyway, we're in here to find out what is the mileage to good old Beantown. This is our routing, by the way, to Beantown if we have to divert from JFK. A Merritt to the Rubik 3 arrival. Okay, here's your release. Here's your flight plan that you would be, okay, well, yeah, we made it here, yeah, we made it here, and so forth. You know, that you're used to if you're a private pilot. Oh, wait, here's your fuel information. All right, so ramp weight, payload, and all the information here. And then you get down to here where the specifics of your fuel is. Okay, you can see your en route. Going to burn 50,000 plus 50,600 plus pounds of fuel. There's our reserve. There's more reserves. We actually have about 14, 15, 3 or 4 on just the reserve. The alternate have 14,000 on. And here's the distance. It's 206 miles. All of that to say that. And then you can go on and read this. Very important information here, but it's 206 for a calculator. All right, so let's get back to it, shall we? So we said 206. Let's keep it at 200. Now, we're wanting to put on our fuel, total fuel right now as everything stands, even though we know that actually needs to go to 20, is 90,079 pounds with a 5% contingency. Okay. You're looking to put on, that is off. Release is 83,220. Haven't even factored in the tailwind yet. All right, the tailwind. Let's just try 4. Look at that number coming down. Why? Getting a pretty big push, folks. So we're now down to 84,000. 973 pounds of fuel. I kind of feel comfortable with that, but I'm going to go ahead and bump up to about 10% contingency. Technically, probably overkill here, but it's, again, always better to have more fuel than not enough fuel. Airline will hate you for more fuel because you're just carrying dead weight, but they will really hate you, and you'll hate yourself too. It's never good for the pilot when you run out of fuel, crash, and survive. All right, no, seriously, that's mean and not a fair statement. But anyway, you get the point. We'll go with this. 87,433 pounds, and we again scheduled for 83,000. So that's about 5,000 more pounds. I think we'll be okay. That may even account for the APU burn that's about to happen. Okay, so the final results. This again, just a calculator. 166 people, our payload matches, our zero fuel weight matches. Our block and takeoff weights probably match 548. No, they don't. They're close. That's because we have more. And our landing weight is going to be 503. We'll kind of see how that works out. Plus all of our CGs right here. Want to see it in a format a little easier on the eyes? Here you. Then I just return to main screen. This calculated what we need. All right. Hit the home button. Now let's load the plane. Fuel load. Use the data sheet first so that way it knows what to pump in. I do instant. I've always had bad luck bringing it. So I'm just going to instantly throw it in. And now we have 87,433 pounds of fuel aboard. Ooh. Cha-ching, 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 as that meter just keeps turning and turning and turning and turning. So, all right. Now, to put the people and cargo in. Now, granted, we don't have cargo. Remember, calculates only. Payload loads it. It's the data sheet. Now we see 366 peeps. No cargo. So, we're going to get 17 crew members for this flight. Now, what I will do here is I will let it board. This I don't care because it does a good job loading it. I would if I'm going to go ahead and do it because it might close the doors on the outside. We'll see. And then this is what instant will do. And instant deplane does exactly what it says. Everybody poof off the plane. Instant board poof like a genie with their hands crossed. Boom, they're all on the plane. Which many people love for that to happen. It's me. All right, so here we go. Board. Load. Won't load because there's zero cargo. All right, so hey, the first two people are aboard. 3, 4. All right, let's get to work. A lot of work to do. All right, we'll start over here with the flight engineer. He usually beats the crew over here to get things set up ahead of time because they want to walk in. Thank you. Thank you for welcome aboard. Anyway, close the door. I don't want to see him ever again. All right, so tests. If it says test, test it, folks. Let's do our APU test. Oh, that's loud. But I'm sure some of you are going, love it, love it, love it. Crank it, man, crank it. All right, so trim air's on, humidifiers on, recirculators are on, and the Gasper valve is on. Okay, working our way across top. That is not a typical Boeing way of doing things. Usually you go down, down, going downtown. Oh, wrong place, sorry. Squibs, test. All right, now, for me to test, the next one is actually the engine fire warning check. They are above the crew. These 4 T-handles, and by testing them here, that's good for the fire, overheat, deal. Click over a little further. Now we have the equipment cooling test, 2 of them. Have cargo heat test, good. Then we have the cargo heat, or cargo, you could call it cargo heat, cargo fire check. Again, the red light up front. This one again, we'll do time. All right, and then the rest of these are not tests. We'll come over here real quick. System 1 for the wing, leading edge overheat. 2, overheat checked. And the only things open, your main entry and your cargo doors did not close. Lamp test. Now, the next section here we're going to check. Brake temperature, heat. What this is actually, there are actually probes in those wheels to tell us, are those brakes heating them up? That's what this is for. So There's a little knob here, pull it out. Look, testing it. Okay, good. Left, right, good. Right front. I'm sorry, left rear. Right front. Okay, good test. Right rear. Good test, light on. Turn that off. Back to here. Now it's back in normal. Now technically, is it just looking at left front? Might be, but it will go off if one of these set off. Just look for these. Then we're doing our gear door check. Landing is closed. Close. Tilt. That's the middle. The wheels actually will pull back on springs when the pressure's off them. And then the door check. A lot of stuff, isn't there, folks? Primary. Alternate. Test. Again, if it says the word test, try it. Audible water, full. Oh, I meant to hit. All right. Just making sure the fuel jettison switches are off. Okay, cleared the timer. Look at that, there's an EFB right here for you too. We are now 132 passengers on board, 366 out of 366. We're getting there. All right, here we go. Hydraulics. Let's do a quantity check. That's about all you can do. And then come over here. The big thing I do here is set the barometer. That is 3013. All right, and I set it here as well. As best you can, it's not easy. All right, and then we'll deal with this in a minute. For now, let's set it to 34. Because I think I'm going to start at 33, and then probably as we come into North Carolina, go up to 35. We'll see, though. Long way to go here, folks. All right, fuel is already loaded. So let's take a look at this. Fuel used reset. So all of these just reset if they weren't. So like say we just landed, hypothetically, go from Miami to London. Okay, we land. Now technically a new crew would come aboard to go anywhere. But let's say they don't, and dispatch says you drew the short straw, go to Frankfurt. So you would need to reset your fuel used so you know how you're doing. Turn. That's what that switch is for. But restarting the sim will do the same thing. All right, and all our gauges checked out good. Okay, let's do it. Turn them on. Reason these don't go out is because it's empty. Okay, good. Pretty much don't need them at the moment. All right, now we're going to check our cross feeds. Light on, light off, light off, light on. For the light to go off, for the light to go off again. What you're doing is just making sure they work. And finally, all right, so we only lost 10 inch, so we're good. All right, and where are we at on our 220? We're getting close. All right, we're just about done with the flight engineer. So let's move over here. The only thing we haven't done is brought up our lights, which I could have done, and I failed. All right, and then, like I said, we can monitor the engines. Can't do much with the engines, but we sure can monitor them. We'll explain this more as we get underway. All right, so everything over here has been checked. Now, a lot of times the flight engineer will come up to this panel, get it started for the pretty boys before they get aboard, because they're in their own little world, drinking and carousing with everybody in the Pan Am lounge. All right, so here we will do the Boeing way. Coming down, checking all of our stuff that they are set. Auto brake off. The skids closed and on. Body gear steering's armed, lid up. Very important to help save tires. We'll try to explain as we taxi. And we got our lights set as we want. Again, there's our fire and our bottles. Let's go to nav. Coming down, start switches off. We'll show an interesting click spot here to help you. If we're not at high altitude like we were one other day. That was fun starting up from Bogota. May have to go back. All right, cell cal is here. So we're on high 2 and low, and our radio is on. Not really usable, folks, but it is there. All right, wheel well fire. Should we have that? That button, that light comes on. This is the voice recorder on the plane. Are being recorded. No, just kidding. In the real world, you would be. Okay, and then again, make sure we're in nav because the lights are on. Start valves closed for now. Will be normal start. Emergency lights, they're armed and closed. And we're ready to go here. Still have the door open. When we're ready to go, I'll lock it. Okay, and our wipers are parked. Coming down the next side, you see a couple of fire warnings. These work more for the INS, but they are part of the FMC system too. And again, your ignition systems are off. Compass slaved. There is no test here that I'm aware of. Alternate flaps are set right, and we'll get this to USB. And it's not the USB connection into your computer. This is a different type of radio out there, high frequency stuff. Okay, radio essential and number 2 need to be on. Here we go. Now this one is a decent volume level. You want to hear that if you are indeed stalling, because you will be falling. If you're going too fast, you hear that. Over rotate, you hear that. Or as your tail hits the ground. I've never done that before. And your nacelle anti-ice on, or is off right now. Sorry about that. Wing ice, test. Hey, there's another word that says test. Light on, light off. Probe heat test. A lot of things in the old days you used to test. Then finally, your window heat. We're going to check for the overheat. Oop, can't do it this way. Got to turn the power on. It's this one. Okay, overheat check good. All the way down turns it on. Okay, and with the power on, they may come on, they may not come on, and there we go. The one thing we did not do over on the flight engineer desk, we'll get back to it in a second, but we will here. First off, make sure your nav lights and your logo lights are set. Dome light, if you're so inclined, is on. Okay, test them. Make sure all your GE and Sylvania bulbs are working for light bulbs. Come down here, check them here. We're just making sure all the bulbs are working. All right, and all is well down here. And they're off. Let's go back over here and test them here to make sure. That test switch is here. Same thing, we're making sure all these lovely bulbs that the airlines pay top dollar for and you pay no dollar for, just about, are working. Okay, and they are. All right. Let's see here. Nothing left up here. Oh, meant to go here. All right. Now, I am going to pull up a ILS frequency here. We may already have it, but just to be safe. Let's see. We're parked there. Let's go with, why not? 110.3. What's 110? 111. I come in on 9 before. I like seeing. Nope, it wasn't set. Okay. ILS will go 110.3. That was last night's. I just realized that. All right, and takeoff. Well, I'll have to relook at the ATIS, but I think it's 8 we're taking off, so it could be 92. Doesn't matter. All right. Okay, so we're going to first clear these, and then we're going to slide over, and we're going to do the test here. First off, the panel lights are set. Radio switch is a radio INS switch is in radio, meaning navigation is going to go by radio. When we get airborne, we may flip right into INS, so the FMCs will be taking us along our way. That's all that switch does, and it locks your stuff into, when we hit a fix, it'll turn to the fix. You're not dialing it. It automatically does that for you. You can leave it radio and then do it yourself, but why? You've got it doing it for you. Okay, the one we're here to test is the up LT, down DN, RT right. So up left, down right on your VOR. So what we should see here, when we go up and left, well, it's already to the left, so that's why we're not seeing much, but we want to look at the glide slope. It went up. And the flag went off. Down right, now we saw things slide over, and of course the glide slipped down. That's all we're looking for here, folks. Then I'm going to set 13.9 just so I know, in case we got to do something to come back. Flight director, good. Working our way off. The auto throttle's off. Autopilots are off. These are good. The navigation mode is set in heading right now, and vertical speed shows 0. Here, vertical is off. Auto altitude is off, and I'm over here. And the flight director bars came on. We'll turn them back off. 110.3. Not worried about it, folks. All right. So again, up left, down right. Got to do that check here too. See how not much movement? Down right moves it. Just down right, awesome. All right, the radio switch, INS switch is in radio. No warning lights. All right, now we're going to go back to the center here and kind of tilt ourselves over. Clocks are held so we can start them on the runway when ready. Working our way over. Let's push the test. Okay, that's a good test, and clear. And I think we have to clear this one. All right. Okay, everything looks good. Okay, PT1, push to test 2, all good. ILS marker beacon's good. Altimeter not set yet, bear with me. I think we said something like 3013. radar altimeter. This is your above ground feature. So if the needle's here, you're 100 feet above the ground. That's why it's at 0, not above the ground yet. Now this is reading about 15 to 20 feet above the ground, MSL. So that's the difference. So when you're looking at charting, the parentheses are above ground, so we're going to be referring to this in our descent. Bold is MSL, we refer to this gauge. The both are at the same point. See, you're at 0 feet above the ground, but yet you're reading 10 to 15 feet above ground, MSL. So just try not to harp too much on that because it confuses some people. All right, further checks, instrument warning. That one should be flashing test. Hang on, let me begin. Okay, they're all good. Click and click. Maximum indication reset, good. Now, moving over, altitude alert. You'll know this tone when you hear it. Just click it and then start dialing it down. Told you you'd know that sound if you've flown a lot. Let's just set it back to 6,000. Okay. Ground proximity. Oh, if you've been around flying with Mike, you've heard this quite a bit.
Pull up, glide slope, glide slope. Pull up, glide slope, glide slope.
Yep, probably heard that one a couple times. Cargo doors are still open. And rudder ratio. All we're looking for is the idiot light to come on down here. There it is. And out. All right. And then we kind of go through here, making sure everything looks good so far. Gears down, and we got a green gear down. Checking this. I wish this gauge was on the 727. Just a smaller version of this without the ailerons. That's the part I miss. All right, moving over here. Basically, the same things we did on the pilot side, we do over here. All right, so push to test. 1, push to test 2. Correct lighting, airspeed looks good. Test, and we see our warning here. Silence it, silence it. Okay, now, one thing we did not do, and I'm sorry, we actually did not test our radar. It will only do that tone with this one. I don't know why. I'm sure Felis has a reason, and for all I know, it could be in the real plane for all I know. Again, we've tested our artificial horizon. Altimeter looks good, 3013. And let's test it. Everything looks good, but you see no horn. And our ILS inner, middle, outer looks good. Okay. Back to the other side. Now, your panel lights are controlled here. That's the lights inside the gauges here. The panel switch here controls these. Above controls the background and the overhead panel. Down below, the center panel and the pedestal. So we're going to just work our way across. All the switches look good. Brake source is good. Let's see how our hydraulics are doing. Okay, with the hydraulics where they are, see our brake pressure? We want them to be at least at the base of the green. So let's get our guy that does all our work for us up front. Hey, Mr. Flight Engineer, we put number 4 on. And look, the brake pressure has come up. Continuing on, everything looks good. All right, now we'll come back here and work the FMCs in a minute. Let's finish up this because that's what the You got to give something for these two guys to do. Otherwise, they sit with their thumb up there and think they're doing something, except turning around on the. All right. Okay, so our transponder is in expounder. If you have the client, it should be showing mode C and you won't get any gruff from controllers. If you're not showing mode C on it, I feel sorry for you. Radar is in standby as well. I'm going to roll the tilt up to 5. And right now our EPR is takeoff dry. We'll leave it there and we'll skip it when we get to the checklist. So that's the basics all set up. The only thing we need to do is get our radar units warming up. This is technology that most of the generations on Twitch here in oh, so am I. So welcome to the crowd there in NU 68. I'll get that one day. But welcome aboard. Yeah, I'm always late. But anyway, this, folks, is technology you may or may not have ever heard, especially most of the generations on Twitch. It's called a CRT. It's not your little fancy LCDs or better. It is something that usually had to be warmed up. And the other one should be on as well now, warming up. All right, folks, and that is our pre-flight from the flight engineer's perspective. Now let's get to work on these lovely FMCs. Now, again, before minis were even thought of here, we don't have a nav display, so we can't go through fix by fix by fix to make sure we don't have discontinuities and all. Can we? Stay tuned. That is the default X-plane FMC. I don't use the SIVA or Carousel INSs for a variety of reasons. I just got into a real bad situation with them many years ago, and I won't bring them and try them again just because of it. So anyway, so here we are. Let's try company route list. Let's see if it's in here. Should be, but you never know. Miami to JFK. Hey, how about that? Technology does work sometimes. All right. So, again, this is an FMC. I'm going to go ahead put first off PAA 15 as we are Clipper 15. Execute. Next page will show the routing. However, you're not going to learn anything if you're out of whack in an airplane without a nav display. Go to your legs page. All right, so you can see we're already set for 8 left. And then we'll intercept to Jamba. You know what? Hang on. Let me bring charts in. A lot easier than you all going, where are those on the chart? All right, now I know y'all can read that, right? Yeah, I know. Hang on, let me resize. That's one way to resize it, folks. Look at that. Now everyone can read it. All right. So, however, that's just the chart we use to get the frequency. X out of that. Now, let's go to flight. We already have the FOS2. We're going to go here, smash in. Well, let me make sure before I smash it. I've done this before and actually put myself on the wrong. 8 right is the correct run. All right. I mean, we can do 8,600 feet. If I've got 10,500 available, why not use it? That's what I think, folks. And I could also taxi down here and use 13,000 to get airborne. Well, 10,000's fine for me, so we'll just do a nice taxi right up here and go. All right, so 8 right is now plugged in. Close. And let's bring up the FOS to departure. So for 8 right, 8 left and right, we're going to take off. We're going to probably, if ATC is around, get cleared RNAV to Jamba. So we'll go off. There's the intercept. I don't know what we're intercepting off of, but anyway, we'll head down to Jamba. Doesn't even say the altitude. Jeez. And then Kabola. Now, the bad thing is, yeah, you got to kind of next page it. And then we'll be heading to Mark and Fultz. Okay. Mark and Fultz, then Gazer, ALYRA, Gazer, ALYRA. Well, however you want to say that. No, the only altitude, whoa, is mandated at 5,000 feet out here. I don't think I'm going to do that. We'll see. Wow. I didn't see that in pre-flight. So, and again, if you're ever confused, here's your directions to Merrick. Climb 092, intercept 124 degrees to Jamba, then track 124 to Kabola, track 54, cross mark at 5,000. Bump, 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 bump. Mark defaults, then on your transition, maintain 5,000 for 10 minutes. Whew, after departure. That's a killer, folks. That's a fuel burner because that's 34 miles right there, folks, just from Kabbalah. You'll be reaching it somewhere by Kabbalah, probably. So as light as we technically are. So, oh well, it is what it is, as they always say. Okay, then we have ROWSY. Again, the mileages are looking good. FLRDA, SAGGY, Chiefs, Bench. Look at all of that right there. And Cookie. He is not making the list. Now it is. Then we're going to Piston, KALDA. Another one not making, a couple of them not making the list here. Okay, so we're at KALDA, DLAAY, RADDS, next page. Now you're seeing how that works. That is called Sea Isle. I was close. And that's where the Carmen 4 will start. So let's just Botan, Hogs, Pansy, Cares, and then into Carmen. So there you have Botan, Hogs, Pansy, Cars, Cameron. Now we got to put the Cameron in. And we're going to go ahead. It's already loaded. So let's activate and let's look for 3, 1 left. All right, we got either Chant or Deer Park as our transition to it. 3, 1. Hang on, I'm switching this to 3, 1 left. All right. Now, approach is available. We'll click select. Chant is right here, so we'll probably go Carmen to Chant. Follow that in for the ILS. All right, VNav. We could, but let's see if what we got here. I'm going to pull the chart up. Okay, yeah, so Chant, and then we join the ILS. I like that one. Let's do that. Add it to route. which will then drop 3-1 in our bottom here, so that's good. And then we track in on the ILS. So chant. Okay, and execute. Legs. All right, so we left off at Carmen. So we'll go Carmen to chant to Zax to heels. Oh, we have a discontinuity. Where did this come from, folks? Oh, that's how you check for discontinuities here. Previously on Flying with Mike. So Carmen, chant, Zax, meals, and then the runway. One more look. Chant, Zax, meals, and meals is 1,800 feet. Not at or above, it is 1,800. All right, we'll get that set right now. And Zax is at or above 2,000. That's fine. And don't think we have any other restrictions on the Carmen. Oh, yes, we do. Hogs and Carmen. Previous. Hogs. Hogs is 18,000. Hogs, 18,000. And Cameron, 11,000. There we go. Execute. And look at that, folks. We have it all planned in. Now let's go to VNav. Looking good on this page. We'll go VNav cruise. I'm going to do, like I said, 33,000 initially. And then the next page, everything looks good on. Transition 18,000. All right, progress page. Fuel looks good. Not sure why we're not getting times. Hopefully, I'll double check we have fuel. And we do. All right, folks, we are loaded. People are aboard. Captain and first officer have decided to join us. So I'm going to come up here and lock us in. And that, folks, is the FMC. We are ready to think about getting this bird out of here. First thing I'm going to do, boy, I'm so used to, oh, that's killing me. I, again, put this to full screen over here, trying it for a flight. Wow, it's definitely a new thing. Okay, let's get rid of shots. First off, let's put it there. Lock. Uh-oh, I switched something. All right, I don't think so. Oh, I see what I did. This one. We're on 122.8. Good. All right. First thing I want to do is make sure I get on the air with Pan Am Virtual. Again, folks, if you are looking for a great airline, here, check them out here at and take a look, folks. I think you'll really like. They have both TWA and Pan Am. TWA is a modern version of his idea of what it would look like today. Pan Am was the Pan Am. What's available out there, they've got in schedules. They also have a little sidekick thing, if you're into that, called digital commands simulations, military flying. They have a squadron, wing, whatever he calls it, available for you. Details when you join the VA. So if you were into military flying, there's a source to look at to joining a squadron. So, all right, I'm just looking to see. That looks good, and out with it. All right. So we've got Pan Am getting started here. Load. Flight plans in. Whoa. Being on full screen, everything's not where it usually loads in. Start. Ooh, it worked this time. Sweet. All right. All right, so we are now transmitting to the Pan Am site. Just going to make sure. And there we are. Okay, so that brings us, folks, into, oh, we need to get our flight plan rolled on a second. That's just something on my end. VATSIM. How we doing with our time? Ooh, we're doing pretty good. We'll keep it as is. And nav data all looks good. And all right, so let's go ahead. Come online. PAA 15742. Connecting. Wow. Guess that means auto ATIS still works. 3633. 3633. All right. New York Center is still online. All righty. Auto ATC off. All right. And let me go ahead. I'm going to take a short, quick run to the restroom, and I will be right back for engine start. Still got about 20 minutes to go, so stand by. We'll be right back. All right, folks, we're back with you. Let's get this bird going. Got a couple of checklists to run. Make sure the seatbelt signs and all are lit. First off,
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information.
1 second, the sun is beating right in my eyes. Hang on. All right, my apologies again, folks. Just needed to get that sun reined in a little. Glad to see it, though, believe me. All right, let's head back over here, and I'm gonna set the av tab up here real quick on our map, and let's get back. Do our performance calculation check. Again, always click load sheet. Get the latest, greatest information, and then we'll take a look here at the chart. We're looking at a 10,000, we'll call it 500-foot run. So in hundreds, unfortunately, you can't get it right down. Airport elevation 9. You make the call. I'm going with 0. And we're looking at 090 for the heading. Slope. There is no slope here, and you can get that from Sim Toolkit, folks. I'm just not going to bring it up to show it off. We'll go with the dry runway, and what the heck was our temperature here? 24 Celsius. 3013, 3011 now. And the winds stand variable at 6. Just put 6. Let's just do that. Okay. All right. So with this data in place, folks. Whoops. Our results are V1, 123. We'll rotate at 131, out of here at 148. That's to clear a 50-foot obstacle, by the way. Speed bugs. Set. And then this is how your speed bugs will read. V1, V rotate, your F10 speed, F5, F1, F up. Don't add anything else to it, folks. If you do, it's on you. All right, stave trim we'll set to 3.1. Initial pitch of 17 degrees. Optimum climb after 10,000 feet speed is 300 knots. Walk and play the game that, well, we're a heavy. We can go as fast as we want below 10,000 feet. That is only with the permission of ATC, folks. Doesn't mean you get the blanket policy just because you're a big fat plane. So be real, be understanding of that, folks. That is by permission only. It's 250 irregardless. You got to leave flaps out. You got to leave flaps out. In our case, we don't. We'll be flaps up. All right, so there's our takeoff. We've set the speed bugs. So now let's get ready to fire them up. You thought I was going to say something else. Ha ha ha. All right, we have checklists. Here we go.
Before start checklist, please. Gear lever and lights. Down and check. Brakes. Parked. Start levers. Off. Radios. On and check. Flight control hydraulic power. On. INS. Check and nav. Compasses. Slaved. Window heat. On.
Seatbelts and no smoking.
On.
Emergency lights.
Armed.
Exterior lights.
Hold on.
All right, what's happened? All right, well, we actually have everything ready. They're ready for pushback. We're not. So we're going to keep the beacon. We'll go ahead and turn it
Check.
on.
Flight instruments.
Check.
Altimeters and clocks.
1, 0, 2, 0. Set and cross-check.
Radio INS switches.
Radio.
Radar and transponder.
Standby.
Indicator lights.
Check.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
Stall warning.
Check.
Mach airspeed warning.
Check.
Auto brakes.
Check and off.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Anti-skid.
On.
Autopilot and flight director.
Check and off.
Takeoff warning.
Check.
Auto flight annunciators.
Check.
GPWS.
Damn.
All right, now you all know I checked this. This happens occasionally. So all you do is just come over here and go,
Pull up.
Instrument warning.
Check.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Instrument source selectors.
Normal.
Reserve brake valve.
Closed.
Spoilers.
Down.
Static selectors.
Normal.
Oxygen mask and regulator.
Check and emergency off.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Stabilizer trim.
Check and on.
Rudder and aileron trim.
Check.
Checklist completed.
all right, before we get to the next one, I'm going to go ahead, get us all ready to go. By that I mean, let's crank up that APU. He gets a little cranky with me when I don't get that APU going first. All right, we're just waiting here. Actually, a lot better on the startup here. Wow. A little bit more realistic. That's pretty cool. Okay, so the generators show available. Now, if you want to take it that one next step higher, you can check what the generator on the APU is generating. And there are 2 generators on it, folks. Gen 1. Now, why is it not showing anything? I'll tell you. Because that loose nut behind the wheel, me, forgot to close the top half of the UX power here. Now let's try it. Should get 115 volts at about 400 or so hertz on the generators. Okay, generator 2 looks good. Closing off the bottom. Now, guess what? We are ready to throw the bleed air on. Fire it into the aircraft. Okay, we'll get our bleeds on. And our ADPs are all off. Pressurization set. Pumps are set. We're going to go ahead and turn them on. Leave everything else as is. All right. Now we got the beacon on. Doors are closed.
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power.
Ground power disconnected.
Jet bridge is going away. And I'm going to go ahead and get better pushback on his way.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
How about we just do this?
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
All right, folks, here we go. We're going to start in while she's pulling in with the flight engineer. Ooh, that's not going to get us there.
Battery. On. APU panel. Check. Auxiliary power. Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 87378 pounds. Fuel panel. Check and set. Pressurization controls. Check and set. Bleed
Okay,
control.
all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Check and set. Hydraulic quantity. Check. EPR computer. Wait. Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Let her get hooked up here. She's almost done.
Chocks removed.
All right, why we're held here, once it didn't go around not takeoff dry. So we're going to just say checked here in a minute.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
We'll release it when ready.
Circuit breakers. Check. Indicator lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. Let's see. Check and set. Fire control and wing overheat panels. Check and set. Equipment cooling. Check. Passenger oxygen. Check. Hydraulic panel. Check and set. Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen. On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. ADPs off. Checklist completed.
Okay, next one says after start, so guess what we're getting ready to do, folks? Let's go fly with Mike. I say that's what we do. All right, so pushing back. Make a couple checks here. First off, timer on. Up top, beacon on. Wing lights will stay off, strobes will stay off, and everything else looks in the proper locations. All right, let's get that parking brake off. Now, I found, and I don't get it, this
Parking brake released.
doesn't work off
Starting
my
pushback and release
column
our engine.
like you just saw it. It works, but it won't get the plane going till I click it there. Just don't get it sometimes. That's the part of technology I don't get. All right, let's start into starting them up. First thing we got to do, get the start valve open.
Ready to start the engine.
Turn it on. Now we're going
Ready
to
for engine start.
start number 3, then number 4, then 1 and 2. We're going to use system 2 today to the GND start or ground start lever position.
Starting engine 3.
Starter valve open.
Okay, once you hear that and see the green light, you're ready to kind of watch it over here and be ready with your fuel valves. They're all in the cutoff position. Here's engine 3.
and 2.
Look at that. He
Fuel
helps
on.
you.
Light up.
Okay, now we're waiting for starter off and then stabilized. If you
Starter
don't
off.
hear that and you're in X-Plane 12, you're probably accidentally fired up in X-Plane 11. Make sure you're in X-Plane 12 when you're doing this. It happens, folks. Too many times to me, and too many times the good folks at Felis said, you started in X-Plane 11. I went, you're right.
Engine stabilized.
That's the one you want to hear. Now, let's...
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Okay, System 2, Engine 4, ground
Starting
start.
engine 4.
Starter valve open.
Okay. You'll go a little faster now because there's a lot more air pouring into that engine to get that starter going. The only thing I don't know how they would do is a crossbleed start, if that was even a thing back then.
and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and let her go.
Starter off.
All right, folks. Again, thank you for sticking around, flying with Mike today out of Miami to New York City. Hope you all enjoy the ride on Clipper. A little bit of a
Tow is
retro.
disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have fun up there.
We always do. Thanks for flying with Mike. And when she gets over here for the pin, then we'll crank up the other two, and I'll show you how we do that.
Engine stabilized.
Okay, so front two are the right two are started. Where are you? Helps to look the right way. She said left, didn't she? There she goes with the pins. All right. Starting them up, folks. All right, so how I do this, keep your valve open.
Starting engine 1.
Starter valve open.
Okay. Then I start number 2.
Starting engine 2.
Starter valve open.
Just like before, swing over here so you can see the panel and the fuel switches. Now you can see them both coming alive. This one's already into the teens. This one's just getting there. So the first one he calls at 20% is engine 1.
and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
And why airlines
Starter
would
off.
do this instead of one at a time? Oh, you can do one at a time. Don't get me wrong,
Starter
folks.
off.
It's time on the ramp. Remember, look around you, folks. Even back in the day when the 747s were just coming in, this was all here. There's a lot of aircraft wanting to get out at the same time you are, and not a lot of real estate. Time was precious here on the ramp. You need to get going as quickly, but as safely, don't get me wrong, as you can. While we wait, let's
Engine
get...
stabilized.
All right, so let's get the flight directors on.
Engine stabilized.
All right, both engines are up, running, and stable. Let's come over here, get them on the gen, get the gens on the electrical bus, close it, and we can now close the APU bleed. All those are open. And shut the APU down as we are on the electrics. Okay. Now let's take a look at that checklist over there, shall we? All right, so after start, we got to make sure the start switches are off, beacon lights are on, brake pressure, start levers, electric packs, door warnings, hydraulic is set, and flight recorder starting.
After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switches.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine and the eyes.
Off.
Electrical panel. Check. Pack valves. Open. Door warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
I always wondered what that green light was. Ground, safe, relay. All right, so we know we're ready there. Next is our taxi.
Flaps 5. Flaps 10.
Get our stabilizer set. Okay. Probe heats on, flight controls, yaw dampers, APU fuel heats off, total gross set, engineer, F cargo. Okay, so the only thing we need to do, remember I told you how I love this gauge? Really can't use, you can use 2 of the 3 axes in the 727 from FlyJSim. Here, you can check them all with the 747. Watch. All right, everything's looking good aileron-wise. Let's look at the elevator. That's one you can check, as with your rudder. All right, and again, stabilizer's good. Probe heats on, flight controls, fuel heats on, total gross, total gross. Okay, let's do it. Then we'll start taxiing.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 10.
Flaps 10. Cabin crew, arm slides.
Takeoff data. EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross check.
Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
All right, so we just need a cabin alert, which I think we've got. Move our transponder to TARA and our radar on, bring it down, and we should. Pack valves will close and ignition, flight start. We'll do that right now. Here's that interesting click spot right here. You see the twin arrows? Click on it, they all go to flight start. In the end, click on it, they all go back.
All doors are closed and armed.
All right, we're ready to taxi.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your chief flight attendant, and on behalf of our captain and the
Here we
entire
go.
crew, I wish you welcome on board. Please take your seat and fasten your seatbelt.
Parking brake released.
Ensure that your tray table has been stowed away and the back of your seat is in the upright position. We request your full attention as our cabin crew will demonstrate the safety features of this aircraft. When the seatbelt
Miami
sign is
traffic,
activated,
Clipper
you
15
must
heavy,
fasten your
taxi
seatbelt.
2, runway
Insert
8
the
right.
metal fittings one into the other and tighten by pulling the loose end of the strap. To release your seatbelt, lift the upper portion of the buckle. We recommend that you keep your seatbelt fastened while in your seat. If you are seated next to the emergency exit, please read the instructions of the safety on board card. You will find it in the seat pocket in front of you. If you do not wish to perform the functions described in the event of an emergency, please ask the flight attendant to receive you. There are several emergency exits on this aircraft. Please take a moment to locate the nearest exit. The exit may be behind you. If we need to evacuate the aircraft, floor level lighting will guide you towards the exit.
Miami traffic, longship 02 Alpha Heavy. Confirm runway to use at Miami.
Each door is equipped with an inflatable slide, which may also be detached and used as a raft. In the event of a decompression, oxygen mask will appear automatically in front of you. To start,
Longship 02 Alpha Heavy, ILS 26 left, 9 mile final.
the mount, adjust the headband and breathe normally. Although the bag does not inflate, oxygen is flowing to the mask. If you are traveling with children or someone who requires assistance, please secure your own mask first before helping others. Keep your mask on until a crew member advises you to remove it. In the event of an emergency, please assume the brace position. Lean forward with your hands
Well, somehow my SIM connection disconnected. SIM brief. Huh.
firmly placed.
Oh,
The
bumper.
light vest is located under your seat or between the armrests. When instructed, open the plastic bag and remove the vest. Slip your head through the opening, fasten the strap around your back, and attach it in front. We are at the door opening. Inflate your life vest by pulling
Now,
the
if you
vest
don't want to
together.
hear that, folks,
More air can be
right
added
down
to
here,
the
we said we'd talk about it. You can
Use the
turn
and light to attract attention.
one more lever down, and she's gone.
Devices must be
Same
kept
thing when you get
aircraft
obnoxious controllers thinking they're too loud. You can turn them down.
on arrival.
Pilots, you just turn the whole frequency down. Be careful because you may not hear when they want to talk to you.
Use of electronic cigarettes. Tampering with
Yeah, you have that ability in this plane.
electric is prohibited by law. You will find this and all the other safety procedures in the safety on board guide.
Those curious about frame rates, there's what I'm getting here at Miami. That right there could trigger, when it drops below 20, the VATSIM to go offline if it stays down too long. Combination of weather, scenery, traffic, make it rough. All right, they're finished back there.
Cabin ready.
All right, let's run it while we're taxiing. Icing considerations, we've checked. Cabin alert, we just received. Transponder set, ignitions, flight start, pack valves open, pressurizations auto, fuel, boost pumps all on, cross feed set, running. We're gonna end up holding a body gear.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
Check.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
Damn.
All right, we'll get to that in a second. Let me kind of get a chance to show that off here. All right. Now, if you watch the gear, I'm kind of hoping I can see when we're going to need to turn it. I think we're in the clear. See how the wheels pivot? I'm doing it very abruptly. That's what it's all about, folks. That helps you in these airfields to, we're headed to 8. Now we'll go down this way. Helps you turn tighter and saves a little wear and tear on those high dollar specialized tires that aircraft have. So you leave it on as long as possible. Okay. Coming up here to the line. Even though I know I just crossed over it, but we can head up here. Gotta love it, they call, but they don't tell clear. Miami traffic, Clipper 15 heavy departing 8 right. Okay, set our heading. All right, and altitude. All right, flight directors are on. All right, here we go, folks. Lights on.
Disarm.
Back valves. Wait.
I got them closed, didn't I? Oh, I thought I did.
Closed. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
Hey, next is after takeoff. Here we go. We've got clearance to take off from clearance. Here we go, folks.
Stabilized. Thrust set.
80 knots. V1. Rotate.
positive rate. Gear up. Gears up. Flaps 5. Flaps 1.
All right, we'll set for climb power, set for IAS hold. We'll go. Can't I? That's why. All right, we have the autopilot engaged. Thought I didn't realize I only clicked it once. We are out of here, folks. And if you look at this carefully, you'll find out some of this we have to run above. But here's what we'll do. Let's start it.
After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever.
Off.
Landing and logo lights.
Damn.
10,000 feet. That's where we'll hold for now. See, we're already through 5,000 feet, folks. And coming through the clouds right now.
Flaps up.
Make sure you do that, folks. You noticed how that lever was right there. Kind of wish that flaps 1 was a little higher up so you realized you still had flaps out.
10,000.
All right, let's get back on the VS. Oh, somehow we were. And then I want to set for 300. Okay, something's not clicking. I think I know what it is. All right, I am going to go direct. See if this works. Mark. All right, now we can start turning some lights off.
Off.
Ignition.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking sign.
Check.
Back valves. Open. Fuel heat. Wait. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
And there's 18,000 already, folks, and I'm just making sure because I'm not being able to track this well. Okay. There we go, folks. We're on our way, hopefully, direct to Fultz. And we really ended off, I'm hoping we're on track now. Autopilot's on. A. All right, so we'll just see how it goes. Just kind of a bummer that we're not able to track much. All right, so we'll just do our best here. Make sure we're tracking correctly and go from there. All right, folks. Hawker's already got his prediction in for the landing. A bit of a hard one, but not much. You too can join in, exclamation mark, predict, space, and a negative number. You're all probably wondering, why is the auto throttle doing that? It's because it's set for a little higher than I am. There it goes. Okay, now we're just waiting to hit the magical Mach 0.83 or 4, which is right there. And let's see how things are doing back here pressure-wise. Everything's on. Brakes are on. Fuel's flowing like it should. And top of descent, we'll hopefully remember to start dumping our fuel from our reserves into numbers 4 and number 1. All right, looks good. Next list will be descent and approach. So for now, let's switch into this so you can watch us out over the Atlantic when we're in that mode. All right, so here we come to Fultz. We should go straight pretty much to very little turn here. Let's see how we're doing. Eight miles. Now the reason I tilt the radome down, well, consider you're already up, so level's going to show you above the aircraft, but if you lower it down a little bit to where you'd be straight and level, you see that plus what's up. So you get an idea a little bit ahead of you how bad, if any, is going on. And I don't show any blips on here. I haven't really seen much precip show up on here. All right, so it did automatically advance. That's good. We'll see how it does when we get up here to Gozer in about 69 miles. We should be at 33,000 by then. And to maintain 314 knots, you've noticed the nose has come down, so we're throttled to keep it there. And then once we go into cruise, we'll actually be holding either Mach or indicated, in this case Mach. Okay, we're getting close on our 8.5. Little more adjusting on the nose. While New York Center, actually New York Oceanic, does extend pretty decently into the Atlantic, it does not catch here. This is Jacksonville, Miami territory, so. I'm going to go ahead, set it for 35. Okay, we're at 8.4. First thing I'm going to do when we get close to 8.5 is switch it into that to maintain for our climb. There's Mach, so now we'll go by these numbers in our climb. And you know what? I just might go to Mach hold. Changed my mind. We're going to get back up here on the Mach. We'll wait for flight level 350. Unless she can't do it, then we'll bring it, we'll level it. But if she's having a struggle, I don't think it will. All right, and we'll continue the climb out to 35,000 feet. All right, we're just about there, folks, and I got a feeling with the way New York normally is, I may have to come offline because of frame rate issues. All right, let's hold the altitude there. Okay, we're in Mach hold, switching to cruise. So now our EPRs have moved a little bit. So this is the maximum we should ever see the engines get to, but we'll monitor it that we stay very close to this line. There's the turn I was looking for. Cool. All right, so I don't know why we didn't engage before, but we didn't. However, we're on our way now to JFK as predicted. Hope y'all enjoyed. We've been in the air now, or on air, for about 2 hours and 11 minutes. And we are leveled off at 35,000 feet. Mach 0.85 headed for the Big Apple. Hope you enjoy the ride, folks. We got about an hour and a half ahead of us. And we'll be arriving, hopefully, 3-1 left at JFK. Got a little music for you while we cruise on to help you along. Wednesday, hump day, as we get over the hump and head into the weekend. All right, folks, sorry about that. Just wanted to see if I could kickstart SimBrief, the plugin, and I don't know what's going on with it. Try one other thing. Is it up here? Oh, it's not up in that list. Okay. I thought I could jump start it, but it didn't. Oh well, we won't be able to use SimBrief's tracking ability, but, or not SimBrief, NavGraph charts. But we can use Sim too. Excuse me for that yawn, folks. Let's kind of give you an idea where we are. All right, so you can see where we are and where we gotta go. Some fixes on here, maybe. There they are. All right, so we're headed to ALYRA, ROWSY, Florida, and then on course. Here's where I talked about New York, how it extends out into the Atlantic. This up here, where my little, not seeing, there you go. This little sliver is actually a bigger sliver that goes into New York. That's New York Center. This is New York Oceanic. Jacksonville, Miami, Miami Oceanic down here. Or maybe, well, Bahamas have their own, but anyway. Anywhere outside of the Bahama control is Miami. Houston, same thing, and Miami over here with Oceanic. So, gives you an idea where we are, where we're headed. And as you can see at the top, we're at 1 hour and 30 minutes. So, looking forward to the arrival always into JFK, folks. And I hope you are too, as the Clipper Gem of the Oceans heads its way north to headquarters. Hope you all enjoy, and we'll see you all here shortly. We're going to kind of take a little bit of a back seat watching the chat room. I'm going to go ahead and bring up Discord if you all are so inclined and want to chit-chat. And we'll go from there. But again, I want to say thank you for taking some time out on your Wednesday to be with us here at Flying with Mike. If you're interested and want to see more, click that follow button there on Twitch. All that does is just send you an email if you keep notifications active when we go live when I click the button. YouTubers, don't want to leave you out of this. If you'd like to be a part of the live broadcast instead of seeing it afterwards and not being able to interact if you would like, you can always interact in the comments section. But if you want to interact directly, hey, check down below in the About section there, and grab the Twitch channel. Come over to Twitch, look in the About, and you'll see when our next flight is. You're always welcome to join us, say hello. Welcome to follow us so you can see it live. But we just add YouTube, so if you missed something here you really wanted to see, say in our startup, pre-flight, whatever, you always have YouTube to go look for it. We put up everything, folks. The good flights, the good landings, the bad landings, really ugly landings. We've had some. And we've had some really ugly flights. So, all of it gets up there, folks. It's there to show you I'm not always perfect. Most of the time, I'm not, like most humans. And I'm not going to sit here and say I can fly this thing flawlessly, because I can't. I'll be the first to tell you. So, click follow if you're on Twitch. Subscribe if you're on YouTube. And that way you'll get notified. YouTube of the next video released. Twitch the next time we go live. See you in a few, but we are on Discord if you'd like to talk. And for just a couple seconds, folks, I'm going to step away from the mic, use the facilities one more time, and grab a cup of coffee at the same time. So be right back. All right, folks, I'm back with you. Sorry about that. Just had to get some coffee. Wasn't a great night of sleep last night. All right. Let's go through the chat room here and see what I've missed. All right, looks like not much. Again, glad to have you all here, even if you might be in the lurking mode. Oh, looks like Hawker's in marching mode, or in dancing mode, one of the two. Hard to tell with the dancing dinos. Oh. Give him a shout out there. His stream needs it. Folks, I want to give you a little more on our moderator here who has been lurking about, but you know, some people I guess claim they have to work. I haven't figured out if he actually does work at his job. But anyway, here's a little bit of work info about my good friend Hawker. He has actually got a Hawker 125-400 fuselage in his garage. And one day he is going to actually make it into a working flight simulator and flying it on Twitch or YouTube or whatever the flavor of the day is by the time he gets it running. So check him out there. He's up and running on there every now and then. I try to, but usually I catch him and I'm in the middle of something at work and can't. But he's a good friend of mine. Check him out. And he does stream from time to time. So, but he's always in here when he knows we're flying, and I know. So he says he works. We do know he does a lot of moderating for us, and I do appreciate it heavily. Thank you so much, sir. All right, folks, so we've still got a good hour and 20 minutes easily to get over to JFK. I'm going to let you all go for about 20 minutes. Again, the Discord channel is available if you want to communicate by voice instead of by text. You're welcome in. watch your language. This is a family channel. That's all I ask. So don't like getting on the mean side if I don't have to. So although they would laugh at me and saying, yeah, you do in a heartbeat when you're working out there at the airport. That's a whole different thing. All right, so enjoy the music, enjoy the ride. I am actually going to adjust the sound levels because I know this thing is probably running pretty loud. Matter of fact, may have to mute it. There we go. Yeah, for now, we'll just mute the aircraft sounds for now so you all can hear the music. And we'll just bring them back when it's time for landing. But again, folks, that follow button's available for you if you'd like to follow along, see where we're headed next week. I hope to be up and streaming Saturday. I just haven't figured out yet what and exactly where and all of the fun will be. So, all right. Nice clear skies out here. Probably raining below us, just so you know. Just that's probably my only complaint with X-Plane. Laminar, I don't get it. It doesn't say it's raining, yet your weather engine rains on us. I don't get it. It's got to be something on my end. I get it. I don't know where to find this setting. So, help. So, anyway. But folks, there she is, the queen of the skies, the 747-200 northbound to JFK. All right, folks, while the music continues on, let's get in here and learn a little bit about what you get when you go to Felis. And if you're interested in flying a plane like this, in the title itself, you'll find this. Oop. Hang on. I got it wrong. Dang it. It is the other way I had it. All right, just go type !742. I will make the immediate correction in the title. So hopefully you get the right information. But anyway, go there, check it, look at it. Folks, here's what you get. An aircraft that is a lot of aircraft. Normally, we had a lot of fun with it, but it does take, back in the day, to fly it successfully with passengers, 3 people. Pilot, your captain, pilot, first officer, or pilot flying. Either one of these two would be pilot flying, pilot not flying. And then, of course, the pilot obviously not flying is the flight engineer who controls all of this. And yes, folks, there is a lot to it. So that's what he commands. Pretty much the plane. They command and aim it where it needs to go to get on the successful arrival. Also in it, you get either FMCs for navigation, like I'm using. They look like this. They're the old standby X-plane defaults. INS from SEVA, and or INS from LTN. Let me get over here to find them. Yeah, it's not much to see here. You would come to the options page and LTN 92. So you have these 3 options for your navigation system. SEVA, basically with SEVA, why it's so, not going to say complicated, but to many people it is, because one, it takes about 30 minutes to align. There's a process with it. The LTN right with it. Then with the SEVA, now here's the difference between LTN and SEVA. Well, I don't really know a lot, so I'm not even going to talk about the LTN. I don't know enough about it to be of use for you. But the SEVA, once you have it aligned, then you program in your first 9 fixes. So what most crews did, now realize back then we had a whole bunch of conventional approach and departures. Today we don't. Most of them are RNAV. So in order to do an RNAV departure or arrival, you need to know the fix coordinates, lat long, because you program that into it. So they would fly on their radios to the first fix or to where they could turn it on and go direct. Okay. And then the next 9 fixes, and then, put them in as they get closer. And, it's just a lot of fixes, especially if you go from, say, London to Hong Kong. Not an out-of-the-world thinking run, folks, but Europe, there is an armful, another, and that's just to get to Amsterdam. Then you got another armful to get you to Russia, and then another armful. It's a ton of fixes, folks, that you've got to constantly work yourself through to get them there. So you got to have all of those coordinates so you can load the SEVA. Let me show you what it looks like. This is an INS unit. So you would have to go in here programming each and every fix. First, only 9. That's all it could hold. Even though you have 3, only 9. I don't know about the LTN if you can go more than 9. I don't think so, but I could be wrong. So that's another downfall, folks. So you're going to be constantly at work updating this. Now, Some of the tricks of the trade is if you're in the same run, they would put the fix here, maybe skip a couple in between, put that one there. You get what I'm saying? Probably shouldn't do that, but I'm pretty sure it happened. Today we use FMCs. They're a piece of cake to program, and you get going a heck of a lot faster. That's why crews reported a lot earlier. Like I said, the flight engineer was usually there about an hour to an hour and a half ahead of departure time. The crew about an hour, to get in to get what they had to do done. And the flight engineer would get started on a lot of stuff. So, anyway, so that's what you get, folks. And, second. I'm going to leave it because we're fluctuating. Okay. Bear with me. I throw this out all the time, folks. When you hear this music, do you think Dark Knight? I do. Maybe it's just me. And did I lock that door? I certainly did. Doggone it, gotta do all of that again. See, door even locks. How about that? Look at that cabin, folks. Not only did he make a cockpit very envious, but X-Plane in itself makes it very simple for this to happen. Welcome to first class with the 747-200. Now, unfortunately, I was making sure he could surprise me. The doors don't work beyond the cabin door. But there's your two exits, emergency exits from up here. Yes, you could open them, and I would bet the slides would come out. Would look kind of fun. We're not going to do that. Here we come into the main entry area. A lot of people for first class will come, if you're in the two tubes, they'll come in there, and then the rest back here and be funneled to the back. Or in here if they do have tickets. They were very meticulous with their first class people. Paid a lot for this, folks. This is back in a day people actually dressed up to fly. But look at the detail. This again's the main entry area. Now we're in the cattle section. But, I mean, people, took it serious. And today we don't, in my opinion. When I got married 31 years ago, my father said if you wear a tie and a coat, might be able to be bumped up into first class. Today, yeah, right. They probably dress the worst. See what I mean, folks? It's just unreal. And this comes with it, folks. This is no add-on. The only thing that changes sometimes with delivery is the inside here if they go that far, and other little things, the people who make this. But yeah, all for that price tag, folks. If you go to !742, purchase it, this is what you get. And I'm here to tell you, folks, you're gonna be working here on the ground. It's gonna take, I'd take a few timeouts and really get that startup down, and most important, that takeoff, because there is a lot going on in the first 3,000 feet that need attention. Here's the other half of first class. Remember how I talked that by the end of the 747's tour, the lounge was actually put upstairs, and you'd go up, lounge about on your long transatlantic, trans-Pacific flights. Cathay Pacific kind of put it here on the first level from here to the back. You know, folks, like I said, they really treat, and they still do to this day, treat the first class passenger, because they're paying quite a bit. They get those nice cubes, all of that nice stuff, to be able to relax, enjoy, recuperate before they get wherever they're going. So, but again, folks, this is the 747. From Felis. One thing I've never tried, nope, they don't work. I'd really be shocked if they did. But hey, that'd be a level of detail, folks. He, like I said, spares nothing here. I just always enjoy taking a stroll through the aircraft. Not 100% sure where I am. Hang on, oh, we're up here now. Okay. Here we go. So, now the one thing I haven't seen on any person's, be it, I don't care, Felis, Flight Factor, there were crew quarters. I don't see those here. Now, I don't know how they would work on the 200. I do know how they worked, and this is a totally different airframe, so apples and oranges. 767, or at least how some were configured. And I haven't found that configuration yet in any flight sim market. So, for those of you like I am in the emergency service world, always, when you're in the cockpit, thorough search. Don't just search the first two seats up here. And if you do have a flight engineer search, make sure they don't have crew quarters. Because I'm going to tell you, on the long flights, there's a backup crew. I want to make sure they get out. I learned this on a North American 767. So he was, I interrupted their pre-brief for the ocean, and I felt bad. But he said, "Oh, no. Anytime you guys in the firehouse come up here, I want to show you some things so you're aware of them." And he took me, showed me, and I went, "Oh my, that is not in my book." And I showed him to him. He goes, "I know. That's why I show you guys that. Because I don't want to be that guy in that bunk and something's going on and he gets forgotten." So, be mindful. Really search, know your aircraft. Realize there are a million configurations. And always make sure you search for crew quarters, especially on the wide bodies. Because you never know. Also, folks, um, flight attendants have a place too. Look for that. Know where they're hiding. Used to be they were in the middle, curtained off in the cabin. Well, they kind of got their own spots too in the newer aircraft. So know your planes, folks, because the crew is really sometimes missed on where they're at when they're in their quote off duty or off time from the cockpit or from the floor. You need to know where and how to find it. All right, folks, that's enough because I know most of you don't even know about the world of aircraft firefighting. But yeah, it's a big one, folks, and even those who do it miss it. All right, I just see I left my power switch on here. Stupid reasons. I just turned that off. And we'll turn off the seatbelt sign. And behind us, let's close that door. Lock it and get ready because it's getting close to the infamous. Oh, I'm going to have to go back to it. Yeah, folks, it's that detailed. Remember where it, I think it opened this way. There it is. Isn't that just slick, folks, how what Felis has done? Again, check it out. Exclamation mark 742. All right, and we got the door closed. All right, we're set back into cruise. You have no idea what ARF is. Sure, Hawker will buy that. But really, folks, aircraft firefighting, there's a lot to it. And make sure you, folks, I know you all know your basic firefighting, but when you get into aircraft, know your planes. Just because somebody knows what the hydraulic pressures are or this or that. You know what, folks? That is extremely important when you cut into a hydraulic line, what you're about to get hit with. So know this stuff. Don't just sit back and it's aircraft stuff. Who cares? We're in this for firefighting. Well, guess what? That's what's going to happen. That's sometimes the problem with structural guys. They don't understand. While yes, it is a structure, there's a lot more to that structure than you're used to. So, all right, enough of the ARF training day. I'm done with that. I've got enough of that in store for me tomorrow. So, all right. We're standing at about 50 minutes or so from JFK. Let's get in here and brief up this approach. All right, sorry about that, folks. Again, let me let you know, we do have the Discord channel open. No, that was English there, Hawker. Anyway, all right, so let's get into it. Sorry about that. A couple things I was checking on. Don't forget, like I said, the Discord channel is open if you'd like to chat. All right, we're going to go ahead, beef this up a little bit. give me a second to figure out exactly where we are, since my little sim brief guy decided he didn't want to come to work today. Just kidding. Hang on, I gotta resize a little more. All right, there we go. Close that before I really get in trouble. All right, let me get in here. There you are. All right, so we're approaching Chiefs, bench, Koki, and piston, and then we'll be setting up for the arrival. And again, my apologies, we're not able to follow it. Still hasn't come up live. That's okay. May try something here in a minute. Let's get through this brief. All right, we're going to be flying what's called the Cameron for arrival. So let's get up top here. So here's the DLAAY. The DLAAY, folks, is something you can go to. Here, let me show you the link. Go to this link, dlaas.cloud.io. Bear with me, I'm going to switch out and go into Sim Toolkit. When you go to this website, it's going to look like this. Click your facility. Scroll down, we're going into JFK, so let's click there. Poof, you have the ATIS that's being transmitted as of 2051 Zulu. And I don't know, let's see, approximately 6 minutes ago. 290 at 16, 10 miles visibility. You've got your weather, temperatures, then your remarks. Peak wind is right here. Okay, approaches in use. ILS runway 31 right, visual approach. Runway 31 left, we'll probably shoot the ILS. Departing 31 left, taxiway MD turn off closed, blah, blah, blah. Condition codes, what these are, folks, this is the other half of my job. This is the part that keeps me up late at night. Not because I'm like, oh my God, the airplane's gonna land and slide. No. We're required as close as we can on an hourly basis to go out on the active runway and run what's called a BOMOC, friction check. Basically, friction meaning how is the braking action on that runway. So we go out and at 20 to 25 mile an hour, we go down the runway and using our machine, get this information mainly for the pilots, but also for the crews cleaning the runway. Now, no, it's 20 to 25 there, Hawker. Yeah, we've been trained wrong. Anyway, condition codes. This is also called RCAMs, your runway condition, I forget the A matrix. Works in conjunction with the takeoff performance landing analysis TALPA, which the pilots use. So we give them this numbers, 555. In this case, meaning each end of the runway, the braking action is good. That's what we as pilots want to know. But you can put this information into the newer aircraft and generate exactly, in essence, how to set your aircraft up for the airport. So you can see both our runways are 555. Now, in this, when it's starting to snow and all of that good stuff, there's a chance you could have a 2, a 3, and a 2. That is not a good runway. Still probably open, but it's not a good runway, and it's going to be tricky to land on. It's going to be very slippery. If it's 1s, really slippery, and there's a good chance braking action will be the word nil. We never want to hear that in operations. That means they can't stop. That means they may slide off your runway. That's really bad. Then the other half of my other hat comes on when the fire truck rolls out. So Yeah. So that's what we do, and that's what keeps me late sometimes, especially, for instance, if we had a scheduled Friday stream, there's a good chance I'll be late because it's supposed to snow tomorrow. So just giving you an idea, and if you keep reading, in the real world, the taxiways have patchy ice. We report that too. Now, they have de-iced with liquid and solid materials, so should be getting better. But the problem is that temperature. So anyway, that's what you get with your ATIS. You don't get the runway information on a METAR. All you get on the METAR is this. Okay, granted, they don't spell it out like that. And then you get your, what I call, scientific data afterwards. So, wanted to point this out. This is a great tool, folks. The bigger airports have it. You can look at all of them in here they have. It's a whole bunch of them. My airport is not one of them. Honolulu and San Juan are on it, so, and Anchorage. So, you can check these things anytime in flight, folks. So, this is a really good tool for you to use. Now you can see we've made the turn, headed to piston, then on up. All right, let me get rid of this. Too much time spent here. Oh, excuse me, getting the hiccups. All right. So giving you a little bit more of what I do on a daily basis, and I really hate snow operations. I'm getting very tired of it. I'm up till 2, 3, 4 in the morning. Oh, by the time 4 in the morning comes up, it's time to open the terminal and get the day started if we're not still doing snow ops. So, anyway, I'm not going to beat it any more than I already have. But anyway, this gives you your ATISs depending on how you're coming in. We're going to come in from the southwest, so theoretically, that's actually on a VOR. Go figure that. All right, and that's possible, folks. So your altitude's inches. You're in North America, folks. It's 18,000 feet. We keep it simple here. Europe? Read that, because it changes sometimes in the country. You might take off in Frankfurt. I'm just going to be facetious here, folks. Land in Cologne. And the transition levels are different. If you do about the same distance, and pardon me if I get it wrong, take off in New York and you head over to Buffalo, transition level's the same, 18,000. Matter of fact, if you take off in New York City and you head to Vancouver, it's still 18,000. And it's a different country. So, anyway, that's important to know. That's where you switch from your standard altimeter settings in all the aircraft, in this case 29.92, 1013 or 12, I can't remember which one it is, over everywhere else. I think it's 13. Anyway, then we got the bulk. This is the body. This is the part we care about. How are we going to get into the New York City area? Well, from Sea Isle, 14.8. You know, you can dial that in, folks. I'm, matter of fact, going to see if we're in range. Oh my gosh, we may actually be in range. No, we're not. We're not getting mileage yet. But anyway, so from Sea Isle, we track Baden on the 049 radial, continuing from Baden to Hogs. Hogs, we need to be at 18,000 feet. Okay. From Hogs, we go to Pansy, to Cars, and then on to, now we're starting to track off the Deer Park VOR, 117.7, on the 041 inbound radial. Okay. And then we hit let me try that again. Cameron. There we got to be at 11,250 knots. At means at. Don't be at 210. Don't be at 220. You are to be at 250. If you can't, you're on the wrong chart. Okay, you're probably a prop plane that can't even go that fast. You're on the wrong chart. Because you're turbojets only. Jet aircraft only. So very important, folks. Then from here, we're going to be going again, 3-1 left, to chant. Chant, continuing, I believe we're on the Deer Park. 048 radial. At Zax, we begin we'll begin to turn to intercept the localizer. Track that into Meals. Meals, we got to be at 1,800 feet. We're going to stop right there. A lot of information I need to go over before we get to this point. 3 parts we'll do it in. You're all probably going, why aren't you getting rid of this? Very simple. Here's the current METAR as of 25 minutes ago. 280 at 16, 10-mile visibility, 25,000, few clouds. That means there's no ceiling, folks. However, the temperature is -5 Celsius. It's in the 20s. Altimeter 3001. Here's that scientific data that many people can't. There's where you got the peak wind from. 280 at 26. So at 2020. That doesn't make, 2020. So, and this will show you what it all stands for in a second. And then you got it here on more of a English, if you will. Automated station with precipitation disseminator, peak winds, blah, 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 at sea level pressure, blah, HEPA, hourly temperature, 5 degrees, dew point, You see how that's all that gobbledygook in here? That's what it all actually, that's what it said. You all saw that, right? It makes perfectly sense, right? No. No. And again, here's our METAR, real and VATSIM. Same METAR, folks, 26 minutes old. However, let's see what VATSIM's calling, because they always love to change things. Although I don't think the winds are going to give them that chance today. Okay, approach and use 3-1 right, 3-1 left, departing 3-1 left. All that stayed, but do you see anything about how the runway is? Nope. VATSIM doesn't know about that. And I really, again, as I said in the beginning of the stream, I don't think the flight sims properly reflect those numbers. Okay? I don't think they do. We did run into a slippery runway in Anchorage last February. Haven't been up there really since. Haven't been there for sure during this winter time. So I really don't think they really take into effect those runway condition codes. All right, so let's hide this now. I said hide. Thank you. All right, so again, cross the tops, ATIS, and your approaches. We're coming for this one, so 123.9 may be the tower in use, may be the other frequency. I don't know yet. Okay, there's our localizer, 111.35. Approach course 314. So we'll be putting that in. Matter of fact, if you wanted to, you could, since you're on the FMC, dial it in right now. To include your approach, 314. There you go, folks. Eventually, you could dial in JFK once you're able to definitely back up your mileages. But there you go, folks. You are now set up frequency-wise for the approach. And you didn't see that because I got charts too far. But I actually do have that localizer put in and the approach. All right. Why I stopped at Meals. You're 5 miles from JFK. Radar fix. We have to be at 1,800 feet on the glide slope. Now at 1,800 feet, you're 1,787 feet above the ground. Yes, you are over an island, so you do have a few feet to account for. All right, decision altitudes. All right, now here, bold is MSL. That's the altitude above sea level. That is what your altimeter will read at minimums. Your radar altimeter next door to it is what your altitude is above the ground. Here they're pretty close. Places like Bogota, El Alto, they're way apart. Because MSL is, remember, reporting it as if sea level was here, the altitude is 8,000, 13,000 feet. So that's what it's going to read on your altimeter. However, your AGL or radar altimeter is bouncing off the ground, so you're above the ground, which at, in this case, 213 feet, you're actually 200 feet above the ground. Same point in the sky, folks, just how are we reading it? And then your airport and touchdown zone elevations. Missed approach. We're headed back to chant and holding to reassess for another try. Here's some special instructions. DME from JFK VOR. Simultaneous reception of IMOH. And JFK required. So you have to have JFK dialed in. Folks, this is not an auto land runway, even though it's longer. But your landing zone is much further down. You have a long displaced threshold here. And then, of course, when you pop out of the soup, which we don't look like we're going to have, what you were reading on your gauges for your glide slope may not match up with the PAPIs. Switch to the PAPIs at that point, folks. The PAPIs are your clue. That's how I fly, and that's visual. But if you're still in the soup, obviously you're flying glide slope because you're not seeing them, but you should be seeing them at 200 feet above the ground. Altitudes, we need to be at or above 2,000 feet at ZAX, descending to 1,800 feet. X marks the spot where you should be on the glide slope, 1,800 feet. Follow it down. I'm thinking 219, 140 is going to be our approach speed, but it may be greater, so we'll have to interpolate. PAPIs and no approach lights, folks. That I did not realize. Thought we had some, but PAPIs should be on our left side. Put that in big brackets. We found several airports where they're on the wrong side. Stinks if you're a real pilot and they put it on the wrong side because you're going to be looking one way and they're actually on the other side. Kind of know a little bit about looking at it and expecting something, and all of a sudden it's not what you were expecting. Case in point, 2 nights ago, snow ops at the airport. Brooms, the runway brooms were coming at me on the other side. Perfectly good. The wind's pushing a little bit of that snow over me. So I'm trying to stay away from them as I'm doing my 20 to 25 mile an hour down the runway Beaumont. And I really have no reference, folks, except for the runway end lights. So I start referencing to stay just to the left of my farthest one down there. Lo and behold, when I get past them, I realize how far over on the runway I really am. I didn't realize that at the beginning. So kind of scooted myself back to the center and kept going. In the interim, that gave me not the greatest numbers. We had to issue NOTAMs and all, but that just shows you that if you expect something and it's not, that's what happens. You get a little off course. Granted, I was still on the runway last I checked. we were completely covered over, so you couldn't see the runway, center line, anything. So that's what I'm getting at here. You may not see the pappies. Like if they say they're on the left and they're on the right, well, if you're looking left and they're over here, you know, it just throws you off a little bit. All right, finally, our minimums. What can we accept to even come in here? 213. Actually, it's going to be the above ground. That's what your METARs are in. 20,000 or 20,000 feet. If it's below 20,000 feet, you can't come in, folks. Oh, JFK would be a ghost town. No, it's 200 feet, folks. In the brackets, so 200 feet. As long as you don't see broken or overcast below that, you're good. Also, if your visibility is above 3/4 of a mile or your RVR is at a 40 or higher, you're okay to come in. Now, I have to confer with some IFR pilots. I got some information. This is what you primarily work off of, not this. If your RVR is 40, you can go down below minimums. That sounds wrong to me. So that's why I want to check with real IFR airline pilots to see the veracity of that. I could see where that works, but I could also see where that doesn't work. So, and I will tell you, I saw an instrument arrival a few days ago, maybe a week or two ago now. We were in fog and visibilities and ceilings were right at or just above minimums. And folks, I never saw that plane coming in. Heard him, never saw him, till I heard reverse thrust on the airplane. Then I finally saw the aircraft, and we're probably at the 4,000 foot mark on the runway, and you know, draw the angle from the terminal out to the end. It was a most unbelievable approach I've ever seen. Kudos to that pilot, and good job. Training paid off, I take it. So anyway, there you go, folks. There's our numbers, our charts for the flight. Last thing we got to go through. Let's get our numbers for the flight. All right, numbers for the landing. Click landing performance. Again, load sheet. Flaps 30. Runway we're landing on. Okay. It says 14,000 feet, folks. That is not what we have available. Hang on, let me see if I can pull it up here. My dad, who was an airline pilot, said it should be available to you. And I'm going to look it up in some of this other information here. Because we do not have 14,000 feet available. And Hawker, if you know how to look it up faster, since you have a lot more access than I do, would sure be appreciated. It looks like from Kilo Delta. And I cannot find any of that. I'm pretty sure I don't have. Let's see if it's in the reference. Ah, here we go. Got it. 8,486 feet. Had to go into the reference charts, folks. Let me show you how I did that. All right. Wow, took a lot, but I found it. All right, let me pull it up here on my end. All right, oh, I hit left. Go back. Oh, we're all over the place. Oh my gosh. Get that loose nut away from it. He's clicking everywhere. All right, here's our actual approach, folks. This is what we're traveling into. Is that right? Okay, so our visual guidance, 3-degree PAPI. I don't see it. Okay, simultaneous approach. I don't think this is 3-1. I think this is runway 4 we're looking at. Well, this is 3-1 right. We're coming in on the left. Here we go. All right, so this runway has a displaced threshold, making usable landing length 11,248 feet. Takeoff minimums for this runway is 200 feet. Okay, you get that. So we're not worried about takeoff. We're worried about landing. All right, so we can take this number, folks. That's our landing length. We'll make it 11,400 or 200. I don't know if you're able to see that. Okay, let me clear this. Okay, there's 11,200. I don't think I get 300. Yes, I do. Good. We'll go with 11,000. We'll go with 11,200. Go with the shorter. Drop it down to 0. Runway heading 310. That's best we can do. And our slope. Just get it the easiest way I know. No slope. Sim Toolkit's where I got it from, folks. Runway, we're going to go dry. Temperature, -5, wasn't it? Real quick. -5. Barometric pressure 3001. Yes. Okay, and winds 280 at 16. All right, so there's our runway information, weather information. This is what we're resulting in. Landing speed of 133 BREF. I'm going to plan 140 to 143 for approach. So our numbers are what we saw. We'll go back to it in a second. Oh, now we're looking right, folks. That looks like 3-1 left. That's the runway we're shooting for. See the difference here? Here's where you're allowed to take off in. You can land beyond that. So that's what we have to, that's where we have to set the landing bar at. All right. Let me get rid of charts. Oh, I already did. Never mind. So let me bring the charts in last time. ILS 140 is 2:19, so 2 minutes 19 seconds from meals to our missed approach point. Remember, 200 feet, which should be right about here. If we're only localizer, then it's 0.08 JFK. Past that, we go. All right, set to speed bugs. We should be getting close to top of descent here, 140. So we're looking at about a 750 foot a minute descent to maintain 3 degrees if the glide slope goes out. Now, 5,000 feet down the runways, what medium will get us? Minimum 6,500, max 40. We're going to go medium. Once on the ground, land is right here at Kilo Delta. So you figure we'll probably hit the high speed here. Worst case, pop alpha, hopefully. But we're allowed into the displaced threshold here if need be. And then we'll taxi back. This is Terminal 2. And we'll park somewhere in here. Although, I haven't tried this side. Let me pull up the parking chart real quick. There it is. I'm like, where is it? I just might. I always go for here, folks. Oh, that's Terminal 1. I thought it was Terminal 2. Anyway, oh, here's, oh, now it's under, I'm sorry, this has changed. This is where we used to park. Now it's under construction. So we're going to be aiming for this building. All right, folks, let's clear the board off. Uh-oh, we're starting to run into troubles with frame rates, see? We may be coming, I think it's going to reset back. Okay, so it's been canceled. Anytime we get below, that's what happens. Where are we on Sim Toolkit? Okay, top of descent is right at SIE, I believe. That makes sense. All right, folks, and there you have all of our information. Hope that was helpful in some of it. Getting my calculator, we're at 35, need to come down to 18 times 3 equals 51 miles. Oh, let's add in 70, so 70 miles from there. Let me do some quick looking here. That's 38. So RADDS, we'll start down at RADDS. All right, folks, there you go. Let's get started here. How far out are we? Oh, RADDS is coming up. 16 miles. Let's see what this one says. 20 miles. Just past it. And I am going to go ahead and put the music on hold, folks. Bring a little bit of aircraft noise back in. If that gets too loud, let me know. And with 20 miles to go, I am going to plug in 18,000. Now, theoretically, I should be able to come down at 2,300 feet a minute, maintaining my speeds. We're going to go no faster than 300 in our descent. At 18,000, I'm going to begin slowing us even further because Cameron requires us at 11,250. All right, just so you get a ballpark of what we're doing here. But folks, we are just about to descend. And again, thanks for being a part of Flying with Mike. I hope I was able to give you some little bit more of information about how airports, the fire rescue side work, as well as get you set up for the arrival. And again, if you're interested in the VA I'm flying for, there are not many Pan Am-based airlines out there. Check it out here. They're both Pan Am and TWA. Pan Am flies the Pan Am fleet that you're used to know of if you look back in history. That's available on the sim. TWA, think of it as a TWA of today. And as I said at the beginning, If the two could have buried the hatchet between each other in the ground instead of into each other and merged, they may still be here today. Interesting thought, huh? But anyway, check them out, folks. Great bunch of people, great software, great things coming down the pike from what I hear. And I hope you all check them out there at Pan Am Virtual. It's a really good airline. Little caveat, if you're into digital combat simulations, DCS, they have a squadron. Inquire within. New York wants me to talk to him. I'm going to start my descent because I think I just hit it. And if they want to balk, they can. Sure, we're going down. The nice thing about this plane, I'll get a hold of them in a second. You aviate before you communicate, folks. If ATC has a problem with that, well, they're going to have a problem with it. All right, and there we go. Let me get the numbers in. They're actually contacting me a little early, I think. 125,325. Part of me just wants to disconnect because I hate it when it auto disconnects me. But we'll give it a try. Sometimes we can sneak in and not have troubles. Other times is another story. New York Center, Clipper 15 heavies with you descending through 33,000 for 18 on the Cameron 4.
Clipper 15, New York Center, roger. Cross hogs at and maintain flight level 180.
Hogs at 180 and will maintain. Clipper 15 heavy.
Newark Center, Charlie 1961, ready to taxi to runway 29. Charlie 1961, runway 29, taxi view Zulu.
If it gets too busy, I will just disconnect. Okay, next frequency's 128.95 or 125. Get that dialed in here. 28. 125.
Good afternoon, New York Center, Giant 47 Heavy, looking for IFR to Miami.
Yeah, we just came from there. It's beautiful.
407 to Miami, Newark 4 departure, radar vector elevated and is filed.
And then we'll put tower in over here once we get over to it. All right, folks, so descent. We're speeding up, so let's get the speed brakes in.
Transition, then expect flight maintain 2,500, squawking 4014, Giant 47 Heavy. You're back, correct, expect runway 22 right at Whiskey, call for taxi. Look up Giant 47 Heavy, thank you.
All right. Why that clicked off, but it did. Speed brakes off. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and set it to go around. And steepen it up just a smidge. Let me see where we are. Getting fast again. All right, so
New York Center, Charlie 1961, requesting permission to cross 22 right. Charlie 1961, cross runway 22 right. Boston runway 22 right, Charlie 1961.
all right, we're gonna steepen even.
Delta 5660, cross and news and maintain flight level 270. Roger, news at 270, Delta 5660.
All right, I may get quiet here, folks. Chat room is open. I will check it as we level off. We're getting down kind of slow here, so we need to step it up. Let me just make sure my...
Clipper 15, cross Cameron and maintain 1000 and 250 knots. Kennedy altimeter is 3001. 961, crossing runway 22 left.
Clipper 15 copies, 11,000 Cameron, 250 knots.
196, cross 22 left. JetBlue 221, leaving my airspace. Washington Center is offline. Radar service terminated. Frequency change approved. The 5660, yeah, totally slipped my mind. It was news at what altitude again? 270. Suggest you start descent now, pretty much. Hey, Roger, we got a 270. Thanks, Delta 5660.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start pulling the speeds back to 250. And expand this, and we're going up here. Seatbelts back on. All right, folks, we are on approach into JFK. Cameron, we should be able to make. Well, maybe not. We're doing our best.
Charlie 1961, ready for departure, runway 29. Charlie 1961, fly runway heading, runway 29, clear for takeoff. Runway heading, runway 29, clear for takeoff, Charlie 1961.
Okay, I just saw a blip right here. And then it went away. Nothing like a sunset arrival into JFK.
New York Center, United 1465, looking for IFR to Providenciales International. United 1465, clear to Provo, Newark for departure, radar vector elevated as filed. Maintain 2,500, squawk 7746. Alright, cleared to Provo via the Newark for departure, then radar vectors LV and then as filed. Maintain 2,500, 7746 in the box for United 1465. Back correct, expect runway 22 right at Whiskey, advisory for taxi.
And we knew that was coming, folks. So we'll stay off. It looks like we're not going to be able to handle it today. Give it clear skies and try one more time.
Descent 5,000, Frontier Flight 1254. Delta 325, New York Center, squawk 2244. 2244. Delta 5660, contact Boston 134.7. Roger, 134.7, thanks Delta 5660, so long. Charlie 1961, radar contact, turn right heading 360, maintain 6,000. 6,000 right heading 360, Charlie 1961.
Okay, so far it looks like we're able to handle right now. If it disconnects again, folks, we're not going to worry about it. Okay, we got
325 near center radar contact, maintain level 330. 330, 325. Charlie 1961, turn right heading 130. Again, 130, Charlie 1961. Charlie 1961, contact New York, approach 128.12. Charlie 1961, New York, approach 2812. Thank you. New York approach, citation 6 Charlie Golf, with you at flight level 330. Citation 6 Charlie Golf, New York, squawk 4533. 4533, 6 Charlie Golf. Clipper 15, Part Cameron, heading 040.
Depart Cameron 040, Clipper 15.
Citation 6 Charlie Golf, New York, radar contact, maintain level 330. 330, 6 Charlie Golf. New York Center, Giant 47, have a taxi with November. 40722, right at Whiskey Taxi, Bravo Romeo Whiskey. 2 right at Whiskey, Bravo Romeo Whiskey, Giant 47 of me. Clipper 15, contact New York approach 128.12.
128.12, Clipper 15 Heavy.
Boston Center 134.7, thank you, have a good evening. Charlie 1961, flight heading 080. 080, Charlie 1961. 9803, sorry, were you calling for taxi? Yes, sir, we're ready to taxi runway 20. We'll be ready about reaching it so close. Perfect, Vela 903, runway 20, taxi Vela Delta. Vela Delta, Vela 9803.
Approach Clipper 15 Heavy with you, 040 on the heading.
Down 5,000, down 750. Delta 715, down to 5. Down to 5,000, Delta 715, I got it. Thank you, Virgin 9 Juliet, heavy descend to maintain 90,000. 90,000, Virgin 9 Juliet. Clipper 15, heavy need approach hello to you, info echo is current, maintain a 040 heading, descend to maintain 4,000, cancel speed restrictions.
Down to 4,000, speed restrictions canceled for Clipper 15. We'll get the information.
Ava 67 heavy, turn left heading 335, descend to maintain 2,000.
Turn left heading 35, descend and maintain 3,000, 867 heavy. Southwest 732, your taxi. We'll take that short cut to 20 possible.
Southwest 732, roger. Taxi, 120, taxi Val Delta.
20 Delta, Southwest 732.
Bella 9803, New Haven, wind is 30011, guys 19, runway 20, clear for takeoff. 20, clear for takeoff, Bella 9803. Haven 67 heavy, 5 miles from Zula, maintain 2,000 till established, cleared ILS, runway 31, right approach. Charlie 1961, clear direct Merritt. Direct Merritt, Charlie 1961. Delta 715, disregard Virgin 9 Juliet, heavy flight heading 260, vectors for the approach. 260, vectors for the approach, Virgin 9 Juliet. Ava 67 Heavy, looks like you shot to the localizer. Are you able to make it around, or is this going to need to be resequenced? Ava 67 Heavy, New York approach.
Sorry, what do you need?
Ava 67 Heavy, are you able to make the localizer, or do you need vectors back?
Hey, vectors, please.
Ava 67 Heavy, roger, cancel approach clearance, turn left heading at 3, correction, heading 220, vectors ILS runway 31 right, maintain 2000.
Turn left heading 220, Ava 67 Heavy.
Fellow 98, your contact, climb maintain 6000.
Maintain 6,000 out of 1,500, runway heading for Bellow 9803.
New York Center, hello, Vision Jet 215 Delta Juliet, we're about 20 north of Teterboro, like full stop.
Number 215 Delta Juliet, contact New York Center, please, for Teterboro, 125.3 down.
Over to center for Delta Juliet, thanks.
Southwest 732 ready for departure.
Kind of stinks when I can't follow it on my charts. So that's why you guys aren't seeing
Clipper 15 Heavy, flight heading 070, descend to maintain 3000.
070 down to was that 3000 for Clipper 15?
That's correct.
Down to 3000, and we do have echo.
New York departure, this
Oh,
is
that's
American
why it's
413.
taken forever.
American 413, New York departure. I don't know how you got there. Flight heading 220, maintain 6000, vectors for Robbinsville, heading 220, 6000. Break, Delta 715, turn right heading 270, descend to maintain 4000.
270, 4,000 on 715.
Virgin 9 Juliet Heavy, descend to maintain 5000.
5,000 Virgin 9 Juliet.
Havella 9803, turn right heading 300, clear right Bridgeport.
Alright, break, turn to 300, director Bridgeport, Bellow 9803.
Ava 67 Heavy, turn left heading 130.
Turn left one heading 130, Ava 67 Heavy.
Southwest 732 ready to go 20.
Southwest 732, roger, New Haven, wind 300, 11 gust 19, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff 20, Southwest 732.
Southwest 471, good day, taxiing to runway 31 via Alpha then Zulu.
Southwest 471, New York departure, hello, runway 31. Continue taxify Alpha Zulu, report holding short of 31 at Zulu.
Roger, report one holding short at Zulu 31.
Clipper 15, turn left heading 360.
Left 360, Clipper 15 Heavy.
Delta 715, flight heading at 340, descend to maintain 2000.
Heading 340 down to 2,000, Delta 715.
American 413, turn left heading 180.
American 413, turning left, heading 180.
Okay, 360 will give us a pretty decent intercept.
Charlie 1961, clear at Merritt, not already, climb maintain 17,000.
Climb maintain 17,000, direct Merritt, Charlie 1961.
Hey, Charlie 1961, contact Boston Center 134.7, good night.
347, good night,
Oh,
thank
my.
you. Charlie 1961.
Delta 715. To 715, I apologize, flighting 285.
Yeah, 285, Delta 715, no problem.
That is hard. Okay, 4530, new departure here. Southwest 732, radar contact, climb maintain 10,000, say altitude passing.
Up to 10, passing 900 feet.
Info 732, roger.
I didn't realize somehow the altitude select killed us and we almost got into the ocean.
Info 732, correction, climb maintain 6,000.
And down to 6, Southwest 732.
Velo 9803, climb maintain 10, 10,000.
10, 10,000 at Velo 9803.
Delta 7, Clipper 15, turn left heading 310.
Left 310, Clipper 15.
Virgin 9 Juliet Heavy, turn left heading 220, descend to maintain 4,000.
Descend maintain 4,000, left heading 220, Virgin 9 Juliet.
Delta 715, the airport, you're 1 o'clock, 10 miles, port in sight.
Got the airport in sight, Delta 715.
To 715, roger, clear visual approach, runway 31 left.
Clear visual 31 left, Delta 715.
American 4530, New York departure.
Folks, I think he's got us lined up on 3-1.
American 4530, New York departure. Clipper 15, turn left heading 300, join a localizer, runway 31 right.
Alright, join to localizer 3-1 right, Clipper 15.
Travis 471, I'm holding Zulu for 3-1.
310, Clipper, or I'm sorry, join to localizer, Clipper 15.
015, gust 22, runway 31, clear for takeoff.
One clear for takeoff for Southwest 471.
Virgin 9 Juliet Heavy, turn right heading 285, intercept the localizer, runway 31 right.
Right 285, localizer 31 right, Virgin 9 Juliet.
Delta 715, contact Kennedy Tower, 1.1.
Core 4,200. 15-1, Delta 17.
May have to take
And Clipper
this.
15, 5 miles from Zulu, maintain 2,000, Phyllis Savage, cleared ILS, runway 31 right approach.
Cleared ILS 3-1 right, Clipper 15.
Clipper 15 Heavy, contact Kennedy Tower, 1.1.
Over to tower was that, I'll pull it up here on X plane.
Oh, you're good. 119.1 is the tower.
119.1.
Your departure, Walker 38, 64, 5,000, R4. Walker 38, 64, New York departure, radar, contact, climb maintain 7,000, higher shoreline. 7,000, Walker 38, 64. Virgin 9 Juliet Heavy, descend to maintain 3,000. At 8,000. Virgin 9 Juliet Heavy, descend to maintain 3,000.
Gears down. Green.
American 4530, New York departure. And 413, turn right heading 270, climb maintain 17,000. 11,000.
Damn it.
Approach, DBM 8454 Sierra at 8,000.
TBM 8454 Sierra, New York approach, hello, maintain 8,000.
In 8,000, DBM 8454 Sierra.
I hate this, folks. I can't see, and I gotta set a frequency.
Virgin 9 Juliet Heavy, 7 miles from Zula, maintain 3,000, cleared ILS, runway 31 right approach.
Maintain 3,000, cleared ILS approach, runway 31 right, Virgin 9 Juliet.
Damn it. I hate this when they do this. Kennedy Tower, Clipper 15 on the ILS, 3-1 right.
Clipper 15 Kennedy Tower, wind 270 at 17, gust 26, runway 31 right, clear to land.
Cleared to land, 3-1 right, and in case we are getting a frame rate issue, we could get disconnected.
Alright, roger that. I'll keep an eye on that for you. Thanks for the heads up.
Kennedy Tower, hello, Virgin 9 Juliet, with you established 31 right.
Virgin 9 Juliet, Kennedy Tower, number 2, following a Boeing 747 Heavy on a 2-mile final. Wind 270 at 17, gust 26, runway 31 right, clear to land.
Oh, this is when you would love to have a second pilot.
Following the
And we
747
briefed
ahead,
the other runway
runway
folks.
30
Of
right,
course
wind
they give
copy,
us
cleared
this
run,
one.
Virgin 9 Juliet.
Delta 1481, runway 31 left, line up and wait.
31 left, line up and wait, Delta 1481.
Approaching minimums.
Guess they don't have any kind of visual reference here. Other than the, geez. Idle.
50, 40, 30,
Flaring.
20, 10.
Delta 715, welcome to New York, exit right on Mike Bravo, hold short Bravo, contact ground point 9.
Alright, Mike Bravo, short Bravo, ground to point 9, Delta 715, we'll see ya.
Out, off, reverse. Auto brake off. 60 knots.
Clipper 15 Heavy, welcome to New York, glad you made it. Exit left on Whiskey, hold short Bravo, contact ground point 9.
Off at Whiskey, hold short at Bravo. Clipper 15.
Delta 1481, wind 27017, gust 26, runway 31 left, clear for takeoff.
31 left, clear for takeoff, Delta 1481. Candy Tower, Delta 300, heavy, holding short, 31 left.
Delta 300 Heavy, Kennedy Tower, runway 31 left, line up and wait.
Run left, line up and wait, Delta 300 heavy.
All right, let me get over to ground. I think he said, oh, look at that. That looks like me sometimes. 21.9.
You'll be using that to get up to your cruise level.
Kennedy ground, Clipper. Kennedy ground, Clipper 15 Heavy off at Whiskey, holding at Bravo for Terminal 2.
Clipper 15 Heavy, welcome to New York. You can taxi left. Actually, you can taxi right on Bravo and Mike Alpha into Terminal 2. You have a nice night.
Okay, right on Bravo, Mike Alpha to Terminal 2. Hopefully we get this right. Clipper 15. So I don't see either of Mike. Do see Alpha.
United 1021, can you get way to the Amazon A300? You're going to be turning onto Juliet in front of you here in a second.
Flaps up.
Sorry, was that for United 1021? A-firm, United 1021. Absolutely.
I really don't know where Mike is, folks. Okay, let's get those speed brakes down.
And Amazon 1610, we are cleared across, right? Just want to confirm. Amazon 1610, A-firm, you're cleared across runway 4 left at Juliet, continue taxi. So cleared across 4 left on Juliet, and we will stop at Zulu for Amazon 1610. Thank you.
I had a feeling that was coming, folks. And I'm not reconnecting on the ground. Cool, we might hit some cars. You know, it really would be neat if there was a way. Default scenery could. Is Mike? All right, folks, even though we've been disconnected, we're still not going to get reconnected because of just how low the frame rates are. And that's because the New York City scenery, JFK, so intense. I'd like to get the new scenery out there, but I am just terrified. Just firing it up would be a killer on any aircraft. So JFK is just one of those airports, folks. It's gonna kill you because you got the huge New York City skyline and all painting in probably. Plus you got the hang on a second, I'm really trying to find Mike. Anyway, so it does make it a little bit challenging. All right, folks, so there you have it. We've made it to New York City. We actually landed on VATSIM. One disconnect in flight, one on the ground. We're going to stay disconnected, as I said. All right, so let's taxi in. We got one more big thing to worry about, and that is getting over to the old Terminal 2. Now on my chart showing under construction. Keep up with these signs. Charlie, okay, so November Bravo's what's coming up. Bear with me a second here, folks. Before this turn, let's get that AP in. Get the doors open at least. Now, part of me thought about parking in that terminal you see kind of in the distance there. That's actually Terminal 1 now. I'm going to make our turn up here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start it. And I'm going to make my turn on to Alpha here. It's not like I'm worried about anyone, folks. But still like to try to follow what they tell me, even if I've been disconnected. All right, so let's go through it. We got a little bit we got to do before we turn in. Namely, radar to standby. Standby. Quick brake pressure, auto brakes. Off. Heat off. All right, and we were going to try something we said. Let's go in this side. I haven't parked on this side. Ignitions will show you that again. Okay, come up here, we can turn them off right here. I'm going to take this one right here. And in we go, folks. All right. Gonna set the parking brake. It doesn't usually set. So what I do is come over here for VAs. Go to my ground and set the chocks.
Put the chocks on.
Chocks are on.
All right, so we're now in, theoretically should not move. Okay, now let me make sure we're back to our checklists. Okay, so brake pressure, body gear, steering is the only thing I did not turn on. Well, as of right now. Auto brakes are off, ignitions are off, anti-ice radar, flaps are up, spoilers, stay trim. Okay, and get over here. Oh, I know somebody that would not be happy with. All right, so let me outflow valves, manual, and aft cargo. And also let's close these guys up. All right, we're good to run it.
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Outer brakes.
Off.
Ignition.
Off.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
Radar and transponder.
Standby.
Flaps.
Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
7 units.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. Manual. Aft cargo heat. Off. APU. Check. Checklist completed.
All right, we're just getting things set up here. All right, let's shut them down. All right, folks, welcome to JFK. Oh, what a flight. Gotta love it when they switch runways on you and then trying to get frequencies set and all as you're trying to aviate and trying to navigate all at the same time. Again, that is when it is nice to have the other person. All right, so let's get this thing shutting down. Align, not standby, align, align, align.
Cabin crew, disarm slides.
Cabin ready.
All right, I think we're ready to get through at least most of it. Let's give it a shot. What the heck?
All right, secure cockpit checklist. Brakes. Hold on. Beacon lights. Off. INS. Align. Probe and window heat. Off.
Pack valves. Check. Fuel boost pumps. Wait. Off. Reserve tank valves. Closed. Hydraulic panel. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off.
Emergency lights. Off. Radar.
Hold on.
Off.
INS. RADDS.
I thought I turned them off.
Off. Radio switches. Let's see.
And that's
Checklist
the end of
completed.
those. All right, so let's jetway. And there you have it, folks. Welcome into JFK. I hope you enjoyed. Stand by. I've got someone at the door. Stand by. All right, folks, my apologies for that interruption. All right, so everything's good. Now let me get in here. Stop. File. All right, and according to Pan American Virtual, 266 on the landing. Not bad. All right, so bear with me here a second, folks. We're gonna try. I cannot guarantee this is gonna work. This plane is the worst when it comes to trying to do the rewinded flights. It always seems to crash to death. Oh, excuse me, all of a sudden the hiccups. So let's first, ouch. Take a look at this in Sim Toolkit. Sim Toolkit was nicer, gave us 221 feet a minute, 135 knots. That's actually not bad. And the flight was logged. Cool. That means I don't have to end the flight. 221. Let's see the route. There we go. Not much to tell there. However, we flew 2 hours 40 minutes, 950 miles, burned 25,900 or 800 kilograms of fuel, landed 1.1 G, 221 feet a minute at 135. Let's see how that looked, because that approach was not pretty, folks. Compliments of, again, having to do a lot on short final. And that's the only bad thing I have to say. Hey, I know airline pilots are going, we do it every day and don't have a problem. Well, the problem is you got that other guy next to you. We're doing it all on our own, and it's not easy sometimes. Anyway, I am liking what I'm seeing. If you're not, explain why I'm liking it. Okay, first off, here's where you're supposed to start your landing from. The threshold forward up the screen here. All right, these big pads, remember I've talked about them a lot. That's what we aim for in visual conditions. Usually, now I see why there's probably no PAPIs or anything right here. Oh, kind of looks like there might be, but anyway, it's because of runway or taxiway right in the way. Actually, I think it's a runway. So we touch down right where we're supposed to, 1,030 feet down the landing area of the runway. 14 feet, okay, that could be a little better, but folks, once you get that nose up, you're at the mercy following your flight director to get her on the ground properly. Not bad. I really like this landing, folks. Really, I really like it. And here's the rest of the metrics. So we did well on a 10,000 foot runway, not briefed because they switched us. 200 feet. And wide, not bad, folks. Okay, as promised. Let's come over here. Oh, we never opened up, but we'll get these closed.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Okay. Everything's away. Nothing should be impeding this plane. On occasion, we do get a break, but it could also be frame rate issues. And it's not going to work. Nope. All right. Well, let me prepare for it. Really shocked it hasn't told us yet. I'm going to go ahead and do this ahead of time. All right, folks. Well, it is going to crash the desktop, and nothing we can do about it. As soon as I saw it in the center and no recording, it's just what happens. All right, so folks, I want to say thank you for flying with Mike today. It's been a pleasure. Wish we could have replayed the landing, but unfortunately, it is what it is. So we're going to go ahead and leave you here. I don't know anything about Friday or Saturday flights. Saturday, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be able to get in the air, but right now, not 100%. So I just have, just to make sure everything is clear. So, folks, I am going to head on out of here. Wish you all a great rest of your midweek. And why is that not coming up? There we go. And hope you all join us again. Hopefully Saturday. We'll have another stream up and running. We'll try and figure out what we're going to do. Y'all have a great night. God bless you all. We'll see you hopefully Saturday, if not Monday or Tuesday. God bless. Well, welcome aboard, MHD Transport Gamers. Want to thank you for the raid. Unfortunately, I do apologize. We are coming to an end. Thank you, raiders, for coming in, and my apologies. I wish we had more to go today, but sorry, that's, as they say, all. But thank you so much for the raid. Hope to see you, raiders, on our next stream. Hoping for Saturday, but it may be Monday or Tuesday. God bless you all, and we'll see you then. Thank you again.